Phantom is comfortably the higher rated player in the league, but Catalyst has consistently found ways to secure wins in their most recent meetings. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that trend going. He is just unstoppable right now, taking a commanding early lead. A tough start for the man currently sitting at number 1. He's showing some real grit now, finally putting a stop to that early surge. The underdog is fighting back, but the favorite is starting to wake up. That was effortless. He's really starting to claw back into this match. We're seeing the gap in skill level start to show now. Absolute perfection. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. He has completely shifted the energy of this game, taking full control of the server. He just keeps winning these, easily picking him off the wine. The gap between these two is becoming a canyon. He simply will not stop. That's 6 straight for the momentum leader. A huge breath of fresh air for the challenger, effectively shutting down that massive run. He's staying aggressive as he keeps the pressure on, narrowing the gap right before the side swap. The momentum has completely flipped in this duel. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, the crowd expected Catalyst to run away with this one. Instead, the underdog is playing a perfect game and looking like he'll close this out early. Time to see how they react. A completely clean response there to keep the pressure mounting on the favorite. The gap in their rankings isn't playing a role right now. He's just too sharp right now, walking away from that encounter without taking a single point of damage. It's a strong return to form from the high-ranked side. He dominates from the wine, continuing his climb back into this contest. He's refusing to go away, shutting this exchange down in a heartbeat. He's not letting up, completely dismantling that high ground as he pulls within 1. He's really playing with zero fear against the top seed right now. He's simply too strong right now, maintaining this push with another flawless exchange. The sheer consistency of his aim is on full display. He answers back immediately, proving he's far from out of this fight. It's becoming a total toss-up at this stage. Another quick exchange ends in his favor, further cementing this impressive recovery. Another strong finish for Catalyst, keeping his hopes alive in this clash. The underdog is refusing to let that lead slip away. Unreal survival there by Phantom, barely scraping through with 12 health to secure a huge advantage. A clutch recovery to put him right back in the driver's seat. What a response from the challenger, stepping up when he needs it most to force a deeper struggle. Unbelievable! He digs deep to close the series and secure the victory. He really had to fight for every single point there. I can't believe how close it stayed. What a match. Catalyst comes out swinging, catching Vortex right as he tried to push up the ramp. Catalyst typically owns this matchup, winning about 58% of their lifetime encounters. He's already looked very comfortable against Vortex in their previous meetings. I'm curious to see if he can translate that history into a lead today. Deadlocked at 2-all. This just got intense. Catalyst is really feeling the pressure after those 2 tough losses to Phantom. Catalyst is staying aggressive, shutting down that ramp push to take a small lead. The higher rated man is currently fighting to keep the lead. We are back to a complete stalemate at 3 apiece. He's really trying to erase that 16-13 loss from their last clash. What a chaotic sequence! He almost went down but barely scrapped through to take a 1-round lead. The number 3 seed is definitely starting to assert his authority. Neither player is budging and we're tied up at 4. That was an incredibly crisp stop to end the round. Vortex is really starting to pull away here, holding a slender 1-round advantage. He's fighting through a really rough stretch after those losses to Phantom. And we're back to a flat 5-5 tie. Both of these players have had a tough run of form recently. A quick collision on the ramp and Catalyst comes out on top, continuing his current run of form. Vortex has been playing a massive amount of games today. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead. Well, he's doing exactly what we expected him to do on this map. He's just a bit too precise for Vortex right now. Time for Vortex to answer back. Catalyst has completely taken control with 4 straight round wins. He's really leaning into that 73% win rate he holds on this map. He's looking absolutely clinical right now. Catalyst is simply too fast right now, holding that ramp position to extend his lead even further. The 6th ranked player is really starting to dictate the pace. Unreal! He barely survives that scramble on the ramp to keep his streak alive. He's definitely putting some distance between himself and that last defeat to Phantom. Vortex answers back with a clean strike to put a halt to that run. That was a real scrap for control of the ramp, but Catalyst just had the faster reaction. Vortex has been incredibly busy today with over 40 games logged. A totally effortless sequence for Catalyst, putting him just 1 round away from the finish. Boom! Catalyst closes it out right there to secure the victory. That sub 1 second kill really showed the gap between these two. He's completely dominating this specific map today. Phantom enters this series with a commanding 29-12 record over the last day, and you can tell he's carrying that confidence into this matchup. He's comfortably sitting at the top of our ladder, while Vortex is struggling a bit more to find his footing early on. Phantom is just one step closer to a sweep. He's got a massive historical advantage in this specific pairing. Vortex is really feeling the pressure here, as Phantom continues to push the lead with these quick exchanges. Absolutely effortless. That's 3 straight for him now. The number 1 seed is looking completely sharp today. He's absolutely peaking right now, extending the lead to 5-1. The top-rated player is making this look far too easy. Finally, some resistance from Vortex, who manages to trade back around. Both of these players are safely within the top 4 for a reason. Phantom has a massive head-to-head lead with a 61% win rate against Vortex. It's a historical dominance that is manifesting itself fully in this map. He's just making his expertise felt in every single exchange. Vortex keeps the pressure on with another perfect round, narrowing the gap significantly. The momentum has completely shifted in the bottom half. Vortex secures another high ground win from the ramp, keeping this comeback rolling. The lead is nearly gone. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage. Well, the pre-match predictions definitely skew toward Vortex, but the underdog is proving he can hold his own here. We'll see if he can keep this pace. Time for the side swap. Vortex manages to clear him off the ramp, proving he's not going down without a fight. He's really starting to dig in now. Phantom isn't letting him linger on that ramp. He's just too quick on the draw right now. The number 1 seed looks like he's back in control here. He's showing a real gutsy side, refusing to let the leader pull away further. A really clean reaction to end that sequence. Phantom pulls ahead again, now leading 9-7. He's certainly living up to that top seed designation today. Phantom extends his lead to 10-7. He's certainly putting his top seed status on display. Phantom is completely taking over now, putting a stop to that run and pulling ahead. Looking at that rating gap, it's clear who has the upper hand. Vortex secures the trade from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He's certainly not letting that top 3 rank go to waste. That was a frantic exchange, but he comes out on top to reach match point. A sudden change in momentum for the server leader. Game over. Phantom shuts the door with that final kill from the ramp. He just seemed to have that extra gear today, leaving the other guy with no real answers. Phantom has clearly found his form today with a 29-12 record. And it's proving to be a major problem for Catalyst, who has a much slower start to the day. This early lead might be all he needs to push for a clean sweep. He's simply too fast right now, taking down his opponent without losing a single point of health. He answers back with a lightning fast shot, refusing to let the game slide away. A completely untouched shot as Catalyst refuses to let his opponent pull ahead. The early favorite is starting to feel the heat. Phantom holds a 2-round lead as we head back out. Expectations are being met by the league's #1 rated player. A perfect response here, proving he's not going to fold under the pressure. Both players are trading blows effectively here. What a scramble. He manages to claw his way through that brawl to take the lead. The top seed is really asserting his authority here. Catalyst keeps the pressure on, showing a lot of grit to stay in this match. He's definitely not letting the rank difference get in the way here. He's simply refusing to break. And that's another one to bring the score dead even. Pure chaos now as we head into the final stretch of the half. Phantom edges ahead by 1 as we move forward. He's firmly in control of the lifetime head-to-head battle. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, he's making a strong case for a total upset. Catalyst was expected to run away with this, but he can't keep up with the pace right now. Time for a quick reset. Phantom is truly in top form, having won 70% of his last 10 matchups. And seeing that translates into a massive amount of confidence as he pulls away here. He just needs to maintain this pressure to close it out. Phantom's really widening the gap at 9-6 now. The #1 seed is just completely in the driver's seat. The momentum has shifted entirely. Catalyst is looking completely lost right now. Another clean win for the leader, who is simply refusing to let up now. A familiar result for those who saw their Italy encounter earlier. Catalyst finds his mark and manages to slow down the momentum. He really needs to dig deep to avoid another defeat against his rival. Catalyst is really fighting back here, cutting the lead down to just 3 rounds. It's an interesting contrast to the typical outcome for these two. He survives the exchange to put himself a single round away from victory. What a finish! He closes the door on this match with an effortless final shot. He's just on another level tonight. That's another win for him in this series, and he's looking completely unstoppable right now. Catalyst takes the opening round with a strong play from the ramp. Catalyst holds a significant lead in their career head-to-head, having won about 58% of their matches together. It's surprising to see how hard that legacy is weighing on the momentum right now. We have to see if Vortex can push that lead further. Vortex reads that high position perfectly and catches Catalyst right on the wine box. It is a complete reset for both players at this point. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on here, utilizing that high ground on the ramp to stay in control. We're deadlocked at 3 apiece. This is an absolute nail-biter. A huge shift in energy for the rank 3 seed right now. Catalyst just barely edges ahead with a slim 4-3 lead. Vortex is playing incredibly fast right now, catching Catalyst on the ramp to bring this series back to a dead heat. Vortex claws ahead, taking a narrow 5-4 command. He's definitely shaking off those early losses from earlier today. He's completely taken over this stretch, picking up another win to extend the streak. A huge reversal from that lopsided loss they had earlier today. Vortex completely dismantles him from the ramp to extend this run to 4 straight. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, he's fighting back hard against the player who usually owns this matchup. I didn't see this coming after those losses he had earlier today, but he is putting up a fight. Time to see how they adjust. Catalyst finds his footing, knocking him off the ramp to keep this match close. The favorite is looking a bit shaky right now. What a turnaround! The momentum has completely shifted and we are back to a dead even split. He's really digging in for a long fight here. Vortex is staying aggressive and just outdueled him again, taking control of the map from the ground. Vortex is really making the most of his edge on this map, where he historically holds a 51% win rate. It's just a complete shift in energy compared to the rough start he's had today. He's effectively flipped the script on Catalyst. The resilience is showing as he holds the toolbox to secure another win. That's exactly the sort of resilience we saw from him in that match against Frost. Vortex is really pulling away now, leading 10-8. He's really shaking off that 14-26 run he's had today. Catalyst earns a clean kill from the ramp to keep this fight alive. The higher seeded player is starting to show some teeth. Unbelievable. He's completely erased the deficit to pull this series back to a dead heat. He's certainly proving why he was expected to dominate the bracket. Vortex comes through with a speedy response, picking him off the ramp to reclaim the lead. The third ranked player in our rating is looking scary sharp. Catalyst is refusing to back down, managing to hold the wine box to bring us back to a dead even split. The pressure is ramping up for the slight favorite now. A quick snap puts him back in the lead, and now he's just one away from victory. He's really proving himself as a top-tier threat today. Absolutely sensational. He closes it out with a perfect finish from the ramp to seal the deal. He's finally broken the head-to-head slump and proven he can hold his own against the higher seed. Hard-fought win. Catalyst historically owns this head-to-head with an 80% win rate over their last 5 meetings. It's surprising to see their dominance vanish while Vortex starts this specific series on the front foot. We'll see if the veteran can remember how to close this out. Total control from the challenger, taking 3 straight to start the map. The 3rd seed in the league looks absolutely comfortable right now. A sharp response from the veteran, showing he's not going to just roll over. Vortex is really putting on the pressure, using that height advantage on the toolbox to keep the momentum shifting his way. Vortex is just too quick out of the gate, taking another one from the box to widen this gap. It's a tough day for him, and these results reflect that struggles. Vortex is sitting at a 15-25 record for the day, so yeah, he's had a tough run of games overall. I suspect that's why he's playing with such an aggressive edge right now, trying to turn his momentum around with this win. Vortex is simply crushing him with a huge 7-2 lead. This particular matchup is proving far more one-sided than we'd expect. He's just too fast, putting his opponent in a deep hole with 3 straight wins. A massive shift in power compared to their usual head-to-head. Catalyst manages to drop the target off that box to get back on the board. He's still dealing with some rough form, sitting at 3-10 for today. Vortex takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is a shocking start for the favorite. Catalyst just looks completely lost against the underdog right now. Time to shake it off. Vortex is now firmly in the driver's seat at 10-3. He's showing some real grit as the number 3 ranked player. Catalyst finally answers back, but Vortex still holds a 10-4 grip. Catalyst is finally starting to claw his way back into this, responding with some very quick reflexes. He's completely shifted the pace, securing a 3rd straight victory to stay in the fight. Vortex quickly shuts down that mini run and stays in total control. He's just 1 step away now, closing in on a decisive victory. He's really disregarding his status as the underdog right now. A lightning fast reflex play to keep the game going for just a bit longer. He holds the line for another round, keeping the dream alive as we head into the final stretch. He's absolutely surging now, putting together a 3-round burst to keep this series alive. What a finish! He seals the match with an absolutely clean ending to shut the door on the series. He really clawed back just enough to make us sweat, but he couldn't bridge that final gap. A huge statement win for him. What a fight! Phantom is clearly in great form with a 29-12 record today. It shows when you consider he's already coming off a win against Catalyst earlier in the session. It'll be interesting to see if the top player can maintain this momentum. Phantom holds a slim lead as we head back. Our current world number 1 is simply too precise right now. Catalyst holds the advantage from the Tetris, picking off Phantom as he pushed up the ramp. A really tight opening set for both of them. Catalyst is starting to put some pressure on, really capitalizing on those ramps to build a lead. Unbelievable! He manages to pull through that chaos with a tiny sliver of health left. His overall win rate reflects that legendary consistency. Catalyst is barely ahead as we move into round 8. It's a bit of a reversal from their previous clash. Catalyst is playing with a lot of confidence right now, but he's historically struggled against this opponent. The total head-to-head record strongly favors the other side of the map. It'll be interesting to see if this momentum carries through the rest of the match. He's completely taken over the map, strolling to a 4-round victory streak. Phantom catches his opponent on the Tetris to shake off that run. He is certainly proving why he's the top seed on the ladder. Catalyst is comfortably ahead, 8-4 at the break. Well, everything is going according to plan for the favorite so far. We'll see if he can keep up this pace in the second half. Time for a reset. Catalyst is dominant with a strong 9-4 lead. He's really shaking off that recent rough patch in his last few games. Catalyst is cruising toward a massive 10-4 victory here. The gap in their ratings is practically non-existent right now. He holds a tight grip on the match, securing another win from the Tetris. A tough spot for the top-ranked player to be in. He just can't be stopped. Catalyst is now 1 round away from a victory. The favorite has completely fallen off the pace today. He manages to scrap a round back, delaying the inevitable for just a moment longer. He's really fighting to salvage some pride after such a rough outing. Another clean take for Phantom, keeping the deficit at 6 for now. He manages to dismantle the defense on the Tetris to keep the rally going. Absolute mayhem in this exchange, but he claws out yet another victory to keep the pressure high. Game over. Catalyst shuts the door with a perfect closing play to take the win. He really stepped up when it mattered, taking down the number 1 seed in a huge statement win. What a frantic start. Vortex claws out the win after nearly being taken down. Catalyst historically has the clear advantage here, leading their lifetime head-to-head matchup with over 800 wins. It's concerning for him that Vortex is taking a huge chunk out of that confidence early on. He'll need to remember his past success to stop this slide. Unreal! He just barely survives that exchange to keep the perfect run going. Vortex secures another from the ramp, extending his lead to a perfect 5. The top 2 players on the ladder are putting on a show. Catalyst finally finds his footing, taking a completely clean round. The rating gap is negligible between these two. Vortex is still comfortably in the driver's seat at 5-2. He's certainly playing like the historical favorite right now. Vortex has gone 15-25 in his last few matches today. He's clearly ignoring that dip in form right now. He's taking complete control of the server, which puts a lot of pressure on Catalyst to find a way back into the game. He's putting on a serious show here, proving he can hang with the best in a gritty rally. Another one! He's keeping the heat on as we head toward the break. The momentum has completely shifted back to the underdog. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, this is a huge surprise, given how Catalyst usually owns this head-to-head. The favorite looks shaken while the underdog is playing with total freedom. Let's see if the momentum sticks. He's showing some real grit, winning a tough skirmish to keep the pressure on. A really promising look for the favorite as he fights back. He manages to blast him off the ramp, bringing the match back to a dead heat. The pressure is ramping up as this fight completely resets. He completely controls the map from the ramp, taking an 8-7 lead. He's really asserting himself as the better player here. Vortex answers back instantly, bringing the score back to a deadlock. A massive shift from that earlier 13-11 result on fast aim. Vortex edges ahead by 1 in this absolute nail-biter. He's certainly not letting his recent losses to Phantom get in his head. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he barely scrapes through with a sliver of health to make it 3 straight. His rank 3 status is really starting to show. Catalyst continues to climb back into this game, pulling the leader off the ramp. This is exactly why he's so feared in their lifelong head-to-head. These rounds are ending so quickly, it's basically just a coin flip of who reacts first. The 5th ranked player in the league is feeling the heat now. We'll take a quick time out here on Mappas, but stay tuned for more action. Welcome back to the action on Mappas, where Vortex holds an 11-9 lead as we resume. He's showing a lot of heart, sweeping the opponent right off the ramp to close the gap. The pressure is mounting as the lead shrinks back to a single round. What a turnaround! He's completely erased that deficit to force a deadlock at 11-11. He's certainly not letting that slight favorite status intimidate him. He is simply untouchable right now, stepping up to a match point opportunity. A massive shift in confidence for the higher seed. What a finish! Catalyst closes out the series with a perfect shot to secure the win. Vortex did everything he could to keep that lead, surviving a few heart-stopping scraps, but he just ran out of steam. He really had to dig deep, a grueling battle. Phantom enters this with a massive head-to-head advantage, winning about 61% of their lifetime matchups. He's usually the one dictating the pace against Vortex, but we're seeing a very different energy in the opening moments. It will be interesting to see if the favorite can reclaim his usual control. Phantom holds an arrow lit, 2-1 for now. The current top seed is making this look easy. The momentum has completely shifted back. We are deadlocked right in the middle of the set. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on here, having claimed his third straight round from a high position. The top seed is looking quite vulnerable right now. And we're all square, a total reset for both. His current run today is definitely more impressive than his opponent's. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now, securing another win from the ramp. That top spot on the ladder really knows how to close out a set. Another effortless victory for Phantom, who completely shuts him down on the ramp. He's just untouchable right now, catching his opponent from the Tetris to push the lead to 6-3. Absolutely crushed it. He's just refusing to let go of this lead. This is starting to feel like a repeat of their encounter on Dunes. Vortex handles the exchange nicely, knocking him off the Tetris to bring it to 7-4. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. The underdog is really defying the pre-match predictions right now. He looks very comfortable on this map, and he can easily take control of the second half. Time to see who blinks first. He manages to clear him off the ramp, refusing to let the lead slide further away. He's really starting to make a push for the lead here. Phantom is really starting to flex his overall experience here, holding a 64% all-time win rate. It's the kind of consistency that tends to surface in the later stages of a set. He definitely looks ready to shut the door on this match. Phantom manages to clear him out from that box, putting a bit of breathing room between these two. He's certainly taking advantage of his superior ranking here. Vortex keeps climbing, showing some real grit to tighten this series up. The gap between them is closing fast. A complete shutdown for the challenger, bringing this series all the way back to a dead heat. The underdog is completely ignoring the seed rankings tonight. A tough fight for both of them on the ramp, but Phantom manages to edge him out there. His current form is much stronger than what he's facing here. Phantom has the wind in his sails now, putting some serious distance between himself and the edge of defeat. He just completely dismantles that hold on the ramp, puts himself just one round away from victory. Total control now as he enters the final stretch. What an absolute blowout to finish. Phantom closes it out with a perfect shot to take the whole series. He really showed why he's currently sitting at the top of the board, just too sharp throughout that whole series. Phantom holds a commanding lead in their head-to-head history with 846 wins. But that's a far cry from their most recent meeting, where Catalyst managed to shut him down. It'll be interesting to see if the top-rated player can reclaim his usual dominance. Phantom is really starting to pull ahead here. The number 1 seed is starting to look scary. The momentum has completely shifted. Catalyst is really starting to put on the pressure now. That's exactly how things looked in their previous meeting. Catalyst just edged ahead with a narrow 3-2 lead. The number 5 seed is playing like a man possessed. And we are deadlocked at 3-all. He's definitely showing a bit more confidence than in his last few games. These engagements are becoming lightning fast. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. Catalyst has a solid 5-7 record over the last day. He's definitely not letting his current win streak go to waste here. It's a strong start to the game that could potentially rattle the favorite's confidence. Phantom makes a very strong statement there, refusing to let the gap widen further. A bit of a wake-up call for our top-rated star here. He's really showing some grit, clawing back to within a single round before the side swap. It's a tight race heading into the side swap. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we head into the break. I mean, this is definitely not the one-sided stump the odds suggested. Phantom is playing a very disciplined game to keep the pace even. Fresh start for both of them. He is putting on a real display of resilience now, securing a completely untouched kill to take the lead. That's exactly the kind of control you expect from the league leader. He's refusing to back down, taking another round to stretch his lead to 8-6. Unbelievable. They both poured everything into that exchange, but Catalyst barely scrapes through with his life. Absolute chaos there, just barely clinging to a win. He is simply too sharp right now, putting together a really strong run of rounds. The seed placement is starting to make a lot of sense. Phantom edges back into a slim 1-round advantage. It feels like he's still channeling that energy from his recent victory against the top seed. He secures the edge from the wine, continuing to climb back into the lead. The gap in class between these two is really showing right now. He's simply refusing to let the lead slip, putting himself just 2 rounds away from victory. He's just taking full control of the server now. A big response from Catalyst, refusing to let the match slip away completely. He's proving why he's a threat to anyone in the top tier. Another spotless round for Catalyst, keeping his hopes alive with an incredibly fast kill. What a huge response from the number 1 seed, putting him just 1 round away from the victory. Catalyst secures that one from the wine, staying alive in this contest. The underdog is really putting the league leader on his heels. What a finish! Phantom shuts the door with a flawless shot to close out the series. He really had to sweat for that one, but he manages to get his revenge after that rough outing in their last meeting. He had to work for that. Catalyst really owns this pairing with a 58% head-to-head win rate, and it's definitely looking like a trend after his victory over Vortex in their last encounter. I wonder if we'll see a clean sweep here today. Vortex holds a commanding 2-1 lead right now. He's shaking off a rough 14-26 run from his other matches today. Things are completely up in the air. We've got a dead heat here and it's anyone's game. Our number 5 ranked player is showing a lot of poise. Catalyst takes a slim lead, putting him up 3-2. He's certainly playing like the favorite here. Vortex puts the pressure back on him, shaking Catalyst right off that box. Our 3rd ranked player is proving he can go toe-to-toe with the favorite. Catalyst edges ahead, pulling out a narrow 4-3 advantage. He's looking extremely consistent after a tough day overall. Vortex fights back, and we are all square. He's looking more comfortable now after struggling in those previous games. Vortex has really shifted the gears here, stacking up another quick round to extend his lead. And we're back to a deadlock at 5 apiece. His higher lifetime win percentage is definitely staring at us. Vortex just snatched the lead and now sits at 6. He's fighting a tough slump in his last 10 games. We head into the break with a 6-6 tie. Well, Vortex is absolutely refusing to be intimidated by the favorite. He's leaning into that map advantage to keep things completely level going into the second half. Fresh start for both. Catalyst bounces back to hold a narrow 7-6 lead. That's quite a contrast to his rough outing against Phantom earlier. Vortex is currently sitting on a rough 3-game losing streak. It's a tough spot to be in, especially since he struggled to close out matches in his last few appearances. I really want to see if he can find some stability before his gap widens further. Vortex comes through with the big play, knocking Catalyst right off that box to tie things up. That was a much closer exchange. What a scramble, he barely survives that exchange to bring us right back to a deadlock. Absolute nail-biter, he just barely scraped through that one. Catalyst is just one step ahead now at 9-8. He's definitely getting back into the swing of things after that rough 5-8 start today. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-8. He secures another victory from that box, putting the pressure right back on Vortex. The overall historical lead is definitely starting to show here. Vortex manages to dig himself out of a hole here, refusing to let the match slip away. His mental game is definitely strengthening throughout this series. He is absolutely refusing to back down, taking a clean set to bring the score to 10-11. Just a lightning fast peak to close that one out. A blindingly fast reaction to put Catalyst on the edge of victory. He simply will not let this match end, keeping his hopes alive with that effortless shot. His rank in the top 10 is really showing his grit here. Unbelievable, Catalyst digs deep to secure the final point and takes the whole series. Vortex really threw everything he had at this, and it almost paid off in the end. He had to work for that. Phantom comes out swinging right from the start, picking Vortex right off that box. Phantom is sitting on a massive head-to-head advantage with over 2,500 total wins against his opponent. It's clear he has the historical upper hand here. Now we have to see if he can translate that long-term success into a lead in this specific series. Phantom is not letting a lead slip away, cleaning him up from the box to bring things back to even. Vortex has been struggling a bit more lately with that 14-26 record. Phantom just took control of this series, shutting down Vortex while he was perched up high. The top seed is really starting to flex those muscles. He's completely in charge now, picking up another win to secure a 3-round surge. Vortex reacts just a bit faster to win the clash on the ramp. Still a tough hill to climb for the third-ranked guy. Phantom doesn't let a single round get away, putting Vortex back in the hole after that Tetris play. Phantom is just too fast right now, using that high ground to keep the momentum swinging his way. He's really playing like the #1 seed today. He catches Vortex right as he pushes through, securing another victory from the Tetris. Vortex responds with a swift kill of his own heading into the final round of the half. A solid piece of play to get some breathing room. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, we're seeing a real shift here since the odds favored Vortex. He's playing the role of the aggressor and completely defying the pre-match projections. Let's see if Vortex can adjust. Phantom is showing zero mercy, punishing that ramp position to extend his lead. He's really putting on a clinic in this one. Vortex is showing a lot of grit here, getting a flawless touch to close that gap. This is the kind of resistance the underdog can build on. Vortex is refusing to back down, picking up his second straight to keep this contest close. The pressure is mounting for the favorite here. What an incredible shift. He has completely wiped away that deficit to bring the series dead even. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Unbelievable. He manages to scrape through with just 9 health, finally halting the momentum from the ramp. That was an absolute nail-biter of a duel. Absolute tenacity from Vortex, hanging on by a thread to force a deadlock at 9-9. The underdog has completely flipped the script on his opponent. Phantom recaptures the lead, pushing it to 10-9. He's comfortably cruising through his second match of the day. The resilience from Vortex is impressive, as he manages to drag this whole series back to a dead heat. Neither man is blinking as they fight for a lead. It's becoming a real game of tug-of-war now, with neither player able to string together a multi-round lead. He stayed incredibly sharp throughout his day so far. He manages to dig deep and recover from the initial damage to take the lead back. He's really showing why he's the higher ranked player today. What a finish! He shuts the door on this match with a perfect closing round. He's got this guy completely figured out. Vortex really pushed him to the brink, but the consistency was just too high. He had to work for that. Phantom enters this one as the top seed on our rating ladder, and he generally owns the head-to-head history here. It's interesting to see him start slow given how dominant he's been in his last 10 matches. Let's see if he can shake off the rust. Catalyst is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that 13-11 result against Vortex. Catalyst is simply playing a perfect game right now. He looks completely untouchable in these opening exchanges. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures another quick victory to push his lead. A very surprising start for the league's top seed. Phantom just deletes him right off the ramp, showing he's not going down easily today. He's definitely got the skill to flatten this gap. That is another one for the top seed, steadily climbing back into this map. The underdog is feeling the heat as the gap closes. Catalyst is holding his ground here, but he is facing a player who has been absolutely scorching with a 28-13 record over the last day. It's quite a contrast because Catalyst has struggled to find his footing in today's session. It will be a challenge for him to maintain this lead as the pressure mounts. He's refusing to crumble, securing another point as he continues this push from behind. A sharp response there to keep things competitive. Catalyst still controls the pace, leading 7-4. The number 5 seed is looking very comfortable in this set. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. The favorite is comfortably in front right now. He is managing to hold off the world number 1 and stay ahead of the pace. Time to see the response. Catalyst keeps the distance with an 8-5 advantage. This is a huge contrast to their previous match on AIM Italy P. Catalyst is just cruising along with a 9-5 cushion. The top seed is really struggling to find any answers here. Phantom is refusing to let this slip away, making it a bit more interesting for the crowd. The world number 1 is finally putting up a fight. He secures another point from the ramp, refusing to let this series slide. It's becoming a real battle of wills at this point. Unreal, both players were shredded in that exchange, but he manages to emerge barely clinging to life. Absolute nail-biter of a finish there. He reacts instantly to shut down that momentum and extend his lead to 10. Catalyst is looking really sharp right now, consistently winning these trades in a flash. He's continuing to climb the hill, proving that he can stay mentally tough despite the deficit. He's completely in control now, securing his second straight win and narrowing that deficit. It's getting risky for the one holding that narrow lid. A messy exchange, but he manages to outlast the top seed to put himself on the verge of victory. It is becoming a massive upset for the favorite. What a performance! Catalyst finishes the series with a perfect shot to claim the victory. He just completely shook the rankings with that result. To take down the top seed on his own map is a huge statement. What a fight! unreal. He manages to scrape through that exchange with practically nothing left in the tank. Catalyst really owns the head-to-head history here, having won nearly 60% of their meetings. It's a psychological edge that seems to be weighing on Vortex right now. He's clearly feeling the pressure of that recent slump. That heat, Vortex has clawed back to a deadlock. He is definitely shaking off that recent pull run of results. He's simply too fast right now, securing another one to take full control of the match. Absolutely untouchable right now, it just keeps stacking up these wins. A tough spot to be in for the favorite. A very tidy execution there, bringing the score back to 4-3. His recent struggle in the league has been quite steep. And just like that, Catalyst levels the playing field. Vortex has a decent record on this map though. He's simply on another level right now, putting together 3 straight wins. Coming into this, he was already the slight favorite anyway. A completely clean sequence there to keep things locked at 5 apiece. It's been a tough run for him in the last few matches. Catalyst holds a slim lead as we enter round 11. The number 5 seed is really putting the pressure on here. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is comfortably on top for now. Vortex put up a fight with that 4-round surge, but Catalyst is mostly in control. Let's see a shift in momentum. Vortex has been struggling with a tough 13-27 run across his matches today. It looks like those losses are starting to pile up and the confidence just isn't there. He's really fighting an uphill battle right now. What a fight, he barely survives a chaotic exchange to move 4 rounds clear. He's definitely finding his confidence after that win over Phantom earlier. Catalyst is really pulling away now, leading 9-6. Vortex is fighting for a bit more respect today. A 4-round cushion puts Catalyst in a commanding spot. That's an uphill climb for the 4th ranked player here. These rounds are flying by. Catalyst is reacting instantly and just refuses to let the lead slip. Vortex is staying in the fight, refusing to let this slide into a blowout just yet. Both of these guys are sitting right there at the top of the ladder. Goodness, that was a total scramble. He barely survives with a sliver of health to put himself 1 away from victory. Pure luck on that final shot, just enough to stay alive. A sharp response there from Vortex to keep himself in the game. Both of these competitors have looked sharp in their opening sets today. And there it is. He shuts the door on this match with an incredible final flick. He's just too consistent, especially in those frantic scrapes where he nearly went down. Another great result for him today. Phantom dominates this matchup with a historical win rate of 61%. It's a stark contrast to what we're seeing early on, especially since he's currently the top rated player in our league. Let's see if he can actually push his advantage today. Vortex has a solid lead, edging ahead 2-1. Vortex is putting up a fight despite those rough recent games. Everything is completely deadlocked here. Neither player can seem to pull away from the other. Phantom just clawed back to a slim 3-2 advantage. The number 1 seed is starting to flex his muscles. Absolutely crushing it. He's now taken 3 straight for a commanding 2-round lead. Vortex responds instantly, shutting down that run with a clean shot. He is definitely fighting through some tough recent form here. And just like that, they're tied up at 4 apiece. He's really shaking off that rough start to the day. What a reaction. He's just completely shifted the momentum with 3 straight. A huge shift from how his last few matches have looked. Phantom manages to pick him off the wine, leveling the series. His overall form is certainly looking a lot stronger today. Phantom puts himself back in front, making it 6-5. He's managing his momentum well, despite that recent loss to Catalyst. We're all caught up at 6-6. I mean, it's surprising how close this stays, given Vortex's struggle to find his footing today. We'll see if Phantom can capitalize on that poor recent form coming into the second half. Time to reset and restart. Vortex surges back to hold a thin 7-6 lead. He is really stepping up to the occasion tonight. Pure chaos now as Phantom forces a deadlock at 7. The top 5 seed is really proving his worth in this set. Things are getting dicey for Phantom as the pressure really starts to mount in this series. Vortex is currently on a run of his own with a 9-7 lead. It's quite a turnaround when you consider he's essentially fighting a steep uphill battle against the highest rated player in the league. We'll see if Phantom can snap this streak before it gets out of hand. The pressure is mounting for the favorite as he can't seem to halt this surge. Things are looking very different than they did at the start of the day. Another fast one, and he is absolutely taking over the match right now. He's really making a statement, despite that losing record from the last 10. Unreal, he barely survives that scrap, digging deep to secure a critical round. It's a relief to see that number 1 rank finally flashing again. What a read! Vortex shuts that down completely, putting himself 1 step away from victory. A total role reversal from the expectations set before this game. Phantom just puts on a clinic here, refusing to go down without a fight. He can't let the series slip away after that dominant start. And that's it. Vortex secures the final round to close out the series. He really fought back from that depth to pull off a massive upset. Phantom's just going to have to shake this one off. What a series! Catalyst starts things off strong, utilizing the Tetris to get the early lead. Phantom holds a clear historical lead with over 800 wins in their head-to-head. It's interesting because Catalyst has been taking the majority of their most recent encounters. He'll need to keep this pressure up to stay ahead. Catalyst is absolutely cruising with a dominant 3-1 lead. He's definitely making the most of his current hot streak. Another fast one as he shuts everything down from the Tetris. A rough stretch for the top seed right now. Phantom puts up a fight, picking him right off the boxes to claw back into this. The higher rank is starting to wake up. What a scrap! Catalyst manages to scrape through with barely anything left after clearing him off the ramp. Catalyst had the read on him again, just sweeping him right off the ramp. The number 1 seed is really feeling the heat. A brutal head-to-head clash on the ramp, but Phantom is just a bit faster on the draw. The top-rated player in the league is finally trying to stabilize. The momentum is shifting as he backs another round, refusing to let this game slip away. He just can't be stopped right now, securing another effortless victory to keep the pressure high. We head into the break with a 7-5 lead for Catalyst. I mean, things are playing out just as the analysts predicted. He has a strong 73% win rate on this map, which is clearly showing in his current form. Time to see if he holds it. He claims the Tetris to shut that down and keeps this rally going. Expectations are starting to align with the favorites now. Phantom has a significant lead with a high 70% win rate in his last 10 games, but he's currently struggling to close the gap. Looking at the scores from the last hour, he's coming off a tough loss to Vortex that might be affecting his focus here. He's simply too fast, claiming another clean victory from the ramp to reach double digits. He's just too sharp right now, putting up another spotless round to move within 2 of the finish line. A really tough afternoon for the world number 1. Both players traded shots in a flurry, but he manages to survive and move to match point. Absolute carnage from him in that exchange. Phantom manages to claw one back, winning an intense firefight to keep his hopes alive. Needed a spark right there to keep things interesting. Unreal, he puts an end to it right now with a clean shot to the head. He's just completely owned his rivalry, lately continuing a real nightmare run for the world number 1. Catalyst looks sharp early, capitalizing on that elevation to secure the opening round. Catalyst is currently leaning on a strong 7-10% win rate in his last 10 matches. And it's clear he's carrying that momentum into this set. We really need to see Vortex find some stability before this slips away completely. Vortex manages to pick him off the box, showing some grit to get back into the series. A tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. Catalyst has a massive lead, sitting pretty at 4-1. He's certainly playing like the higher rated man today. Catalyst is just dominating a 5-1 series right now. That head-to-head lead is starting to feel very real. Vortex is really picking up the pace, and we're seeing these exchanges happen in a fraction of a second. Vortex just won't go away, picking his opponent right off the box to keep the pressure on. A surprising turn of events given the pre-match expectations. The turnaround is officially underway as he puts together a trio of consecutive wins. The underdog is really making his mark here. Unreal. He just completely raised that lead, leveling the score with another clean kill. He's just unstoppable right now, taking a commanding grip on the series before the break. A total shift in power moving into the break. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on this one. It's an unexpected position for the favorite to be in, but we're seeing that map advantage play out in real time. Let's see if Catalyst can regroup. What a scramble! He barely clings to life with a tiny bit of health to stay in control. Absolutely cold-blooded to close that out with a sliver of health. He's not letting this go easily, putting up a fight to narrow that gap. The higher seed is finally starting to stabilize. Oh my goodness. He manages to scrape through that chaos with almost nothing left in the tank. A complete hard stopper of a round there. He's really holding his ground here, picking up another round to stretch the lead. He is proving why he belongs in those top rank brackets. He's looking far too comfortable right now, putting together another effortless sequence to push that advantage. A quick response here, and the trailing player refuses to let his opponent run away with the game. He's refusing to back down, keeping this comeback effort alive with another clean exchange. And he's back on top. Catalyst secures his third straight win from the box to bring the score level. He's completely flipped the momentum in a matter of seconds. Vortex quickly shuts down the momentum by popping him off the box. He really needs to find an answer quickly to keep up. Catalyst secures the kill from the box, bringing the series back to a dead heat. Neither player is giving an inch in this deadlocked set. A perfect shot to secure a 12-11 lead, putting him just one round away from a stunning victory. Absolutely incredible. He forces the deadlock, and we are headed straight into overtime. Absolute chaos as they head into the extra frames. What a statement. He just shuts the door on that rally with a lightning-fast response. Vortex is putting up a legendary fight as the underdog. Simply untouchable in that exchange, and the underdog keeps climbing back to stay level. The pressure is really starting to get to the favorite. He is simply refusing to break, securing another fast kill to take a 14-13 lead. An absolute masterstroke from the box to lock this series up at 14-14. Both players are essentially playing at their peak right now. Vortex puts on a display of absolute grit, knocking him down from the box to move one step closer to victory. What a response! He shuts that door completely and puts the pressure right back on the opposition. Catalyst leads 16-15, just barely clinging to the lead. Catalyst is surging ahead with a tight 17-15 cushion. Vortex is hanging on by a thread at 16-17. He's simply not letting the gap widen right now. A total stalemate now, with both fighting at 17. Absolute perfection from the underdog to force this dead heat. Catalyst barely edges ahead, holding a thin 18-17 advantage. The experience is showing for the higher seeded player here. Absolute deadlock here. Vortex and Catalyst are dead even. The higher seed is really feeling the heat now. We need to step away for just a moment, but stay tuned for more high-stakes action on Dunes. Vortex pulls ahead by 1 in a breathless series. Welcome back to the Dunes, where Vortex holds a slim one-round lead at 19-18. What a fight! He barely manages to survive that slugfest, extending his run to 3 straight. That's a scary low health number to end the round with. That was effortless. He's just completely taking over this set now. What an absolute clinic! Vortex closes out the series with total authority to take the victory. He's completely in control now, keeping this impressive streak rolling to a 6-round run. Vortex is simply on another level right now, securing his 7th straight win from the box. Unbelievable! Vortex closes out the entire map with an incredible run of 8 straight wins. Simply terrifying. He just continues his tear through this match with a blur of a response. Absolutely staggering momentum for the comeback kid, who just pushed himself to the edge of victory. Catalyst manages to secure the kill on top of the box, halting that run for now. That's a much needed breath of air for the favorite. He's finding a way to stay relevant, putting together a second straight victory. He's absolutely on fire, putting together a fierce 3-round burst just before the break. Vortex takes a 27-22 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely defied the odds here. That 10-round streak was a huge blow to Catalyst, who's looking very shaky right now. Time to see how they adapt. He secures a quick win to keep the contest alive for now. He's fighting hard to protect that seed ranking. That was an incredibly crisp reaction, keeping his opponent grounded to secure another win. Another flawless sequence for the challenger, keeping this incredible rally going. He is simply unstoppable right now, securing another flawless kill to extend the run. He's simply on another level right now, reaching match point with an incredibly clean sequence. What a finish! He completes the most incredible comeback of the tournament to secure the victory! Incredible! He survives a brutal exchange to push his win streak to 7 rounds. He's just completely rewritten the script for this server. He's refusing to let the deficit grow, securing a fast victory to stay within reach. A sharp response here to bring the scores perfectly level. The momentum is swinging wildly in this absolute deadlock. He's found another gear here, taking full control as he marches toward the finish line. What a shot, picking him off the box to bring this an absolute tie. A huge moment to get things back to a dead heat. Absolute insanity, Vortex closes the deal from the box to complete the most epic comeback of the series. He's simply not letting up, keeping his target in check to pull ahead by 2. The gap is widening as he continues to press this advantage. A precise strike from Catalyst to keep the pressure mounting in this overtime thriller. Vortex is showing incredible strength, taking a huge step toward victory by dropping the high ground. What a finish! He closes the door with a stunning display of resolve to claim the victory. Catalyst keeps the pressure high, knocking his opponent off the box with a perfect reaction. What a strike! Catalyst pulls out a lightning fast kill on top of the box to put himself on match point. A huge response to stop that momentum from snowballing. He's playing far above his seed right now. Vortex is really in the driver's seat at 36-33. He's completely shrugged off that seed advantage in this series. Catalyst narrows it down, leaving Vortex just 2 ahead. He is certainly not ready to hand over the lead just yet. Vortex holds on to his lead, now sitting at 37-34. Catalyst is clawing back, trailing by only 2 now. A huge test of nerves for someone sitting in that top rank. Catalyst shrinks the gap, trailing Vortex by just a single point. The higher seed is finally finding a way to claw back. We'll take a quick timeout here on Dunes, but stick around for more action between Vortex and Catalyst. And we are back in the action on Dunes with Vortex leading Catalyst 37 to 36. Unbelievable. Catalyst has fought back to pull this level at 37 apiece. Vortex edges back in front with a commanding 38-37 lead. Vortex extends his grip, now leading 39 to 37. Both of them are simply refusing to buckle in this marathon. Catalyst narrows the gap to just 1 for Vortex. The pressure is truly immense for a player of his rank. Vortex pushes ahead once more, commanding a 2-point cushion. Vortex keeps his nose ahead, clutching a 40-39 lead. The higher seeded player knows exactly how to fight back in this series. Vortex is pulling away slightly with a 41-39 edge. It is an uphill battle for someone usually so dominant. Vortex is really squeezing Catalyst now, leading by 3. The seed gap is barely visible at this point. Vortex keeps the pressure high with a 42-40 lead. It's a high pressure fight for someone sitting in that top ranking. That's a gutsy pair of rounds to keep the pressure high. Absolute parity now, with both players tied at 42. Both players are fighting on an absolute razor's edge right now. Vortex barely scratches ahead, taking a narrow 43-42 lead. Vortex has a 2-round cushion now, looking solid at 44-42. He is truly making a name for himself in this showdown. Vortex extends his grip to a 3-round lead. That momentum shift has been absolutely jarring for the higher seed. Vortex keeps pushing, maintaining a 2-point cushion at 45-43. Exactly the response he needed to keep this fight breathing. Catalyst strikes back to put this at a 45-44 deadlock. The pressure is mounting as we get even closer to a resolution. A flawless equalizer brings them tied up at 45. He's really digging in to claw back the lead. Vortex breaks the tie and takes a narrow lead. And we're tied up again. Both players at 46. Vortex just edges ahead with a thin 1-point advantage. The back and forth in this series is absolutely grueling. Vortex opens up a 2-point gap with those last rounds. A serious test of composure for the high-seeded player. Vortex is really running away with it, pushing it to 49-46. Vortex secures a comfortable 4-point buffer at 50-46. It is genuinely shocking to see a player of his caliber look this shaky. He really dug deep in that marathon to finally secure the win, a massive victory for the underdog. What a fight! Phantom really dominates this rivalry with a massive 61% win rate in their head-to-head history, but he's clearly on the wrong side of a cold streak right now. It will be interesting to see if he can break that pattern today. Phantom holds a narrow lead as we hit round 4. He really is fighting to put together a winning string today. Vortex is playing some high-speed games tonight, answering back instantly and keeping this set completely level. Phantom edges ahead with a 3-2 lead for now. He's looking to bounce back from that tough loss to Catalyst. Vortex has completely erased the deficit to make it 3 apiece. The top-rated player in the league is feeling the pressure. Vortex looks incredibly comfortable right now, utilizing that high ground on the ramp to extend his lead. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from their last meeting. Absolute control from Vortex, who just took over this match with his 3rd straight win. Vortex is really playing his best game against the world number 1. Phantom finally cuts the run down, keeping the gap to a single round. Vortex entered this set with the edge after taking their last duel. Vortex is managing this set quite well, despite coming in as the underdog. He's clearly leaning into his confidence from a few days back. The big question is whether Phantom can shake off this slump before he falls too far behind. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly as the analysts predicted. He has a solid grip on this game as we head into the second half. Time to see a fresh perspective. Vortex catches him right as he's moving up the ramp, securing a really strong lead. The momentum is definitely shifting towards the number 3 seed. Phantom just knocked him right off the toolbox, showing some real grit as he attempts to close this gap. He is fighting hard to justify that favorite tag. Vortex still holds a comfortable 3-round cushion. Vortex is really cementing his dominance today. That was an effortless kill for Phantom, who refuses to let this match slide away. Vortex is really making a statement here, shutting Phantom down, even when he's holding that ramp position. It's been a tough day for the top seed so far. Unreal, he almost went down, but managed to claw back from the brink to bring this within 2. That was a nail-biter of an exchange. Vortex is really putting a stranglehold on this series, making it very difficult for Phantom to get back into a flow. What a brawl! He barely scrapes through with a handful of health left to keep this rally alive. He really needs to dig deep if he wants to pull this off. Vortex shuts this down completely and is now just a single round away from victory. The pressure is truly mounting for the higher seeded player right now. Phantom just flicked that right over, refusing to let the match end easily. He's refusing to go quiet, surviving a brutal firefight to stay in the running. The lower seed is really fighting for every inch today. An absolute blitz. He's just locked in and forced this entire battle into overtime. Absolute chaos as we head into the extra frames. Simply untouchable. Phantom secures his 4th straight victory with a perfect round from the ramp. He has completely reversed the flow of this game. He is simply refusing to slow down now, taking his 5th straight round to climb even higher. The seed advantage is finally paying off in a big way. Vortex answers back quickly, cutting him down right off the ramp. Both players are putting in long hours today. These rounds are flying by, and Vortex is certainly not letting a single second go to waste. Vortex continues to prove he's a legitimate threat to the top spot. Vortex secures the lead with another strong round from the ramp, putting himself in a prime position to finish this. What a response! He just shuts that down instantly to bring us back to a deadlock. Absolute deadlock as they fight for every single point. Phantom takes the lead as we enter the final stretch. Pure intensity as Phantom and Vortex sit tied at 16. Phantom takes a tiny breather with a 17-16 edge. He's starting to look like the top-seeded player again. Phantom is suddenly in the driver's seat at 18-16. His consistency is starting to look like a wall today. Phantom's cruising now, pulling out to a 19-16 lead. Vortex really pushed the champion to the limit here, but that late surge proved too much to handle. He had to fight for every single round. What a battle! Phantom heads into this with a significant all-time advantage in their head-to-head matches. He's a favorite for a reason, but he's had some real trouble closing things out against Catalyst lately. It'll be interesting to see if he can regain his control here. That is just effortless. He's taking complete control of the early game. His current form isn't mirroring those recent losses. The momentum has completely shifted. He's putting on a display right now. The number 1 seed is looking scary right now. Catalyst picks him off the Tetris and puts a halt to the run. He has the raw skill to pull off another upset today. Catalyst makes a quick read to shut him down from the ramp, continuing this push. A real struggle for the top seed right now. Unreal. Phantom barely scrapes through that trade, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. He's absolutely refusing to let the game slip away. He is showing a lot of grit right now, quickly chipping away at that lead. Phantom is really putting distance between them now, just completely shutting down those attempts to push from the ramp. He's staying aggressive and continuing to narrow the gap. The momentum is starting to shift back in the underdog's direction. Phantom just clears that ramp with an incredibly fast reaction, putting some real pressure on the match now. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. You know, Catalyst was expected to dominate this, but he's just not finding any answers right now. This puts the top seed in a great position to close this out quickly. Let's see if the lead holds. Catalyst manages to hold his ground on the ramp and keeps himself right in this match. He's really capitalizing on his current game against the favorite. Phantom has been highly active today with a 25-15 record. It looks like that volume of play is finally paying off in his favor. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace to secure the win. Phantom is cruising with a comfortable 4-round cushion. He's really showing a lot of fight despite the ranking difference. Catalyst is really putting a damper on things for the world number 1 right now. The gap between these two looks smaller and smaller with every round. He's on fire now, securing another victory from the ramp to keep this rally going. He's just completely refusing to back down, pulling an incredible 4th straight win to close the gap. Incredible! He's now completely leveled the score with an untouchable 5-round burst. And the pendulum swings back as Phantom halts that charge and grabs the lead. He's certainly proving his top spot on the ladder today. Phantom puts his opponent back in his place, efficiently knocking him off the ramp for the lead. A couple of rapid-fire responses right there to tilt the scale. He keeps his composure to stay alive in this, refusing to let the match end just yet. What a finish! He closes the deal with total precision to claim the victory. He really had to dig deep to avoid another loss against him. Just an incredible level of resilience. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Catalyst are facing off on orange to see who takes the win. Catalyst has a massive lead over the long term with 810 total head-to-head victories. But Vortex actually managed to take their most recent meeting. We have to see if that recent confidence carries over into the rest of this match. That was a tight exchange, but he manages to come out on top and secure a 3-round lead. Vortex is feeling the pressure after that tough loss to Phantom. He manages to claw back around after a heavy exchange to close the gap. Catalyst is absolutely dominating with a huge 4-1 cushion. Vortex just finds another way to win, knocking Catalyst off the ramp to bring the score to 2-4. He's showing a lot of grit today after that defeat to Phantom. Vortex is currently struggling with a 14-26 record today. It's a tough start for a player usually sitting at the top of our rating system. If he can't find some stability soon, this lead will quickly slip away. Catalyst stays firmly in control at 6-3. He's really trying to leverage that slight map advantage today. The gap is widening and it feels like Catalyst is completely in charge of the pace right now. Both players are currently tight in our rating rankings. Catalyst is just relentless, pushing the lead to 8-3. He's certainly making a statement despite having a lower overall map win rate. Catalyst takes a big 9-3 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly what we expected to see from the favorite. He looks completely in control of this series right now. Time for Vortex to dig deep. Catalyst is just cruise controlling at 9-4 right now. His rank 3 standing suggests he can still turn this around. Vortex cuts back into it, making it 5-9. The momentum is swinging back his way. That was an incredibly fast response, basically a blink and you miss it kind of duel. Catalyst is staring down a huge 10-6 advantage here. Catalyst is just barely outdueling him in these rapid exchanges right now. A very strong showing from the higher seed in this specific pairing. Vortex is finally starting to chip away at that lead, proving he can keep up with the pace. He's a big target as one of the few elite players in the mix. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on now, refusing to let Catalyst close this out easily. What an absolute tear! He is completely taking over the server with a 3rd straight victory. A lightning fast response puts him on match point. His early dominance today is really starting to tell. What a shot! He just won't go away and keeps this battle alive. He refuses to break. Another win for the underdog to force this game to the wire. Simply a dead heat now. Unbelievable! Catalyst shuts the door with a clean finish to secure the victory. Vortex played out of his skin to nearly pull that off, but he just couldn't close the gap. What a fight! Welcome to Italy for this duel between Phantom and Vortex. Phantom enters as the clear favorite in this matchup. Phantom holds a 61% head-to-head win rate over the course of their shared history. It's surprising to see the top player on our ladder looking a bit shaky after that opening trade. I wonder if he can find his footing before things spin out of control. Vortex is capitalizing on a great spot on the wine to build some early pressure. Vortex is absolutely dominating this set, leading 3-1. The momentum shift is complete as he secures another rapid victory. Really surprising a 5 seed is putting on this kind of shot. That was an effortless exchange, showing a bit of grit as he claws another round back. Vortex has managed the 13-27 run over the last day. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence than those stats would suggest. I'm curious if he can keep this momentum going throughout the half. Phantom is buried deep now, trailing 6-3. He's really defying his usual win rate against the number 1 seed. Vortex is just a split second faster on the draw right now, and it's making a huge difference. He's really making the most of his current form today. He's just too sharp, securing another effortless win to keep the pressure high. Vortex takes a huge lead at 9-3. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see coming into the match. He is simply outclassing the top seed right now. Time to see if Phantom wakes up. Phantom finally gets on the board, making it 4-9. He's certainly leaning on those higher ladder rankings for a bit of stability. Unreal, Vortex manages to survive a frantic firefight to take a 10-round lead. Barely survived that one, but he still gets the result. Phantom strikes back to close it to 5-10. He's definitely showing the class that comes with that top spot. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Vortex just completely shut that round down. He shuts down the comeback attempt, putting himself just a single round away from victory. He's certainly proving the analysts wrong today. What a final burst. Vortex closes the door and captures the victory. Just a totally different story today for the number 5 seed, who looked like he owned this map from the jump. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have a great match today featuring Phantom and Catalyst facing off in the arena. Phantom holds a strong overall lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's confident coming into this series. He's already carrying the momentum from their last meeting, and he looks poised to keep that control today. He simply refuses to let up, cleaning him right off the ramp to make it a three-round sweep. Expected for the #1 player on our rating. A quick reaction there to hold that momentum and keep himself in the game. Phantom just shuts the door from the ramp, really hammering home his lead early on. He's playing a lot like that #1 seed right now. Phantom is looking way too comfortable with a huge cushion right now. Catalyst typically has the advantage in their lifetime history here. He manages to seize control from the Tetris, continuing his run with a quick finish. Unreal, he closed this one back from the ramp, surviving by the narrowest of margins. He's definitely fighting to close that gap in the standings. Phantom currently leads the overall head-to-head series. It's a significant gap over a massive number of encounters, but that history isn't helping him right now as he lets his lead slip away. He's simply too sharp right now, securing a 4th straight win to close in on the half. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is making a real statement here. He's refusing to back down despite Catalyst having a higher historic win rate on this map. Let's see if Catalyst can regroup. Both players landed heavy shots, but Catalyst comes out on top in that scramble to keep his comeback hopes alive. That's a real spark for the challenger as we head into the final stretch. Phantom pulls ahead again to reclaim a 2-round lead. Looking at his last few hours, he's been incredibly active today. Phantom just reads him like a book, pulling him right off the ramp to widen that lead. He's shown exactly why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. Absolutely stifling from him, taking the lead back to a 4-round cushion. A total shutdown here, extending his run to 4 straight. He's clearly found his footing after that loss to Vortex. Catalyst manages to outlast him, finally shaking the top seed off that ramp. His recent 70% win rate over the last 10 shows he can compete. A quick response from the Tetris to put the pressure firmly back on the challenger. The level of precision from the favorite is just staggering. Boom, that's the final blow as Phantom closes it out to take the series. He looked absolutely untouchable in that final stretch, really cementing his grip on this rivalry today. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off on Medbus to see who takes the win. Catalyst has managed to take a lead in the head-to-head historicals, winning 58% of their encounters. It's an edge that usually translates into a strong confidence boost during this series. We'll see if that mental weight continues to frustrate Vortex. The momentum has completely shifted as the favorite secures another fast victory. A grueling exchange there, but Vortex pulls through to claw back around. He looks much more composed after that clean exchange. Absolutely heart-stopping exchange, but he somehow survives the chaos with a sliver of health. That's the same result we saw in their last meeting on Blame Orange. Vortex puts a stop to that run by knocking him off the ramp. The pressure is mounting for the top seed in this series. He's really starting to dig in, refusing to let that early deficit define this game. Total reset now. Things are completely wide open. A messy back and forth there, but Catalyst manages to walk away with the round. His 60% recent form is starting to show here. Vortex manages to drag his opponent off the ramp, and we've got a dead heat at 5-5. Catalyst barely edges ahead to take a thin lead. Both of these players are comfortably within the top 5 on the ladder. We head into the break with Catalyst leading 7-5. I mean, things are playing out exactly as the analysts predicted. He's holding a small advantage, though Vortex proved he can keep pace throughout the set. Fresh start for the second half. Vortex has looked a bit shaky lately, coming in with a 13-26 record over the past day. It's a clear contrast to the confidence Catalyst is showing right now. We have to see if he can find a way to snap out of this slump. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. It is interesting to see these two so close in the ladder rankings. Vortex is really fighting an uphill battle here, as Catalyst seems to have a firm grip on this match. Catalyst is really pulling away now. These last few rounds have been incredibly quick. The top 5 on our rating are certainly putting on a show. Absolutely crushing. Catalyst doesn't let up and puts his opponent on the ropes. Vortex is completely out of sync right now. And there it is. Catalyst closes out the map with a final flawless burst. He just looked far too sharp out there today. Vortex couldn't find any way to shut that momentum down. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We have Phantom and Vortex facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Phantom has looked incredibly sharp today, putting up a 26-14 record across his recent matches. It's interesting because we've seen this specific rivalry tilt heavily in his favor historically. He'll want to keep that momentum going to secure a clean sweep in this series. Phantom's eyeing a dominant start with a 2-1 lead. Vortex is responding perfectly right now, refusing to let Phantom build any early momentum. Phantom holds a slim edge as we enter round 6. The top seed is starting to find some breathing room. We've got the deadlock now, both players sitting at 3. Vortex is really making a case for himself as a top contender. Vortex has completely flipped the script here and is quickly carving out the lead. He's looking a lot more confident than his last few games today. Phantom and Vortex are neck and neck at 4 apiece. His status as the top-rated player in the league is definitely showing. Phantom claws back a lead, pulling ahead 5-4. The favorites are starting to look like they belong in the lead. These two just can't separate themselves. We are staring at a dead heat as we head into the double digits. Vortex takes a narrow 1-round advantage right now. The number 5 ranked player is putting on a clinic right now. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. The match is going exactly how we thought it would, with the favorite maintaining a steady edge here. I expect this one to stay competitive. Time to swap sides. Vortex keeps the pressure high, leading 7-6. That's a much more comfortable look for the higher rated side. And just like that, we're tied up at 7. Vortex is really fighting an uphill battle against his all-time stats. Pure efficiency from Phantom, who just secured a 3rd straight round with a lightning fast reaction. Vortex responds immediately to level the score at 8 apiece. Vortex is now 1 step ahead at 9-8. He's suddenly proven he can handle the pressure of the big stage. A gritty battle of endurance, but he manages to edge out the win for a 3rd straight round. Vortex is continuing that dominant form from their last head-to-head. A very crisp reaction there to put a halt to the momentum. The top-seeded player is starting to look like his usual self. We're back to a complete stalemate at 10-all. The league's top-rated player is starting to flex those muscles. He's on fire right now, taking control with the 3rd consecutive victory. His lifelong head-to-head advantage is really weighing on the matchup. The surge just keeps coming. He is now just a single round away from victory. He's completely locked in at this stage. Vortex finds a clutch reaction to stay in the fight. He refuses to go down without a fight. Absolute perfection for the finish. Phantom closes it out and secures the victory. Vortex pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't close that gap in the end. What a match! Welcome to the stream. We have Phantom taking on Catalyst today in a fast-paced duel on Orange. Phantom comes out strong, catching Catalyst right as he pushed up the ramp. The top seed on the ladder is looking sharp early. Phantom is really leaning into his history here, holding a dominant 849-693 lead in their lifetime head-to-head matches. And that long-term confidence is clearly translating into these early rounds. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can adjust his approach before the gap gets too wide. We're locked in a dead heat at 2 apiece. He's really playing his way back into the server. That's a swift recovery from Phantom, who seems to be regaining the upper hand here. What a scramble! Catalyst barely edges him out in a brutal trade to tie things up. He has proven he can hold his own against the best player in the league. Phantom pulls ahead by 1 as we enter round 8. He's definitely showing that top seed quality today. Phantom has been consistently sharper in these early encounters. Well, his overall map efficiency here is way higher than Catalyst's. It's putting a lot of pressure on the third ranked player to find a way back into the game. He's simply not missing, taking another effortless round to extend his lead. Catalyst secures a tidy win here as we head toward the break. A fast response to keep things interesting before the break. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, we're seeing a bit of a reversal here. Catalyst was supposed to run away with this, but he's struggling to keep up with the pace. Time to see if Catalyst recovers. Phantom's now sitting comfortably with a 3-round cushion. He's really asserting his authority as the #1 ranked player. Phantom just stretched his lead to a commanding 9-5. That's a stark contrast to how he's been playing today. Catalyst is making things difficult now, refusing to let Phantom cruise to a victory here. A solid performance today from the 3rd ranked player. Phantom is just relentless, pushing the tally to 10-6. Catalyst cuts the gap to 10-7 with a huge clutch. He's managing to shake off that tough 13-7 loss from their last meeting. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now. Just a couple more rounds and he closes this out. Catalyst is really staying focused here, making sure this doesn't turn into another one-sided affair. Another flawless engagement for Phantom, who is now just 1 step from victory. The pressure is clearly getting to be too much for Catalyst. Catalyst finds his footing here, shutting down that momentum swing with a quick reflex play. Another round goes to Catalyst, who's refusing to go down easily in this match. The momentum is shifting fast as the gap closes. Unbelievable. He just keeps piling this on, keeping his hopes alive with an effortless 3rd straight win. Absolute chaos. He's completely erased that deficit to force this into overtime. Total reset coming into the extra frames. A gritty exchange here as Phantom barely digs himself out of the scrap to reclaim the lead. He's been in top form throughout his 26 matches today. Phantom is putting together a serious run here, putting some real distance between himself and the other guy. What a response, he just refuses to let the match slip away. His nerves are like steel in these deciding moments. He secures another huge round, moving just one step away from closing this entire series. Exactly what you expect when the top dog is in control. What a finish. Phantom shuts the door on this series with a total shutout. That comeback by Catalyst was almost enough to pull off the upset, but he just couldn't find the finishing blow in overtime. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We've got Vortex and Catalyst stepping up for this match, though the favorite might have the upper hand today. Catalyst has a strong history here, having won 59% of their lifetime meetings, and seeing as he just put up a dominant performance against Vortex in their most recent match. The momentum is firmly on his side. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can find any answer for that. Unreal. Vortex manages to hold on for his life after clearing out their ramp. Vortex really needs to shake off those recent losses against Phantom. A real battle of wills on that ramp, but Catalyst is just too sharp right now. What a fight! Vortex claws back the round, surviving by a mere sliver of health. Catalyst holds a commanding 4-2 lead heading into this one. He really is playing like a top 5 threat today. Catalyst is essentially playing at the top of his game right now. It's a huge contrast to the struggling form we've seen from Vortex over the last 24 hours. He needs to find a way to reset before this gap widens further. Catalyst keeps the pressure on from heaven, taking his 4th straight round. Vortex is having a rough time today with that 12-27 record. Vortex gets a quick response here to cut the deficit. The 5th ranked man in the league is finally showing some fight. Catalyst secures a huge advantage by holding that high ground on the ramp. The 3-seeded player is really making his presence felt here. It's 8-4 in favor of Catalyst going into the break. This is exactly how we expected the map to start. Vortex has been fighting hard, but he's just outclassed in the first 12. Time to switch sides. Vortex trails by 3 as we start the second half. Those reactions were lightning fast. The number 5 seed is fighting for every inch here. Vortex is showing incredible grit here, plucking another round straight from the heaven spot. This is a complete turnaround from how his day started. He's simply on fire right now, securing another effortless victory to keep the pressure mounting. A sharp recovery from Catalyst to put a stop to that run. He's definitely showing that top 4 rating tonight. Vortex keeps the pressure climbing, tracking him perfectly and picking him off the Tetris. He's really fighting to close that gap after such a shaky start. Absolute perfection from him. That's another round in the bag and we are officially all square at 9 apiece. He's completely overtaken the match, crossing into a 1-round lead with an incredibly fast snap. A sharp response from Catalyst to even things up. Just looking at the total win counts, he's traditionally owned this matchup. A total shutout by Vortex, who just keeps climbing back into this game. The tide has completely shifted since the break. Vortex catches him right off the Tetris and now stands just 1 win away from victory. He's definitely proving the seedings wrong with this performance. Unbelievable, he seals the series with an effortless finish to complete the most incredible climb of the night. Just a massive shift in energy to snap that long losing streak he's been on. He really fought his way back to a victory. What a match. Welcome everyone, we've got a great matchup on Fast Aim today between Phantom and Vortex. Let's see who takes the win. Wow, what a scramble! Phantom holds onto the lead after barely surviving that clash from the ramp. Vortex is really shaking things up early, taking control of the map by owning the ramp. Vortex is looking to overturn the dominant head-to-head record today. Vortex is really putting on a clinic right now, using that wine box to shut down everything Phantom tries. We're all tied up now, and both players look hungry. The number 1 seed is starting to find his footing. Phantom is really asserting himself here, cleaning up from the window to take a 2-round lead. Vortex manages to stay on top of the wine box and close this out, keeping the match dead even. Vortex is really stepping up as the 3rd best player on the ladder. Vortex is really starting to build some momentum, winning another rapid-fire duel from the wine box. He takes control from the toolbox, extending the lead to 5-3. He is really fighting against that historical disadvantage today. Phantom answers back by securing the kill from the ramp. He's certainly using that top seed experience to stay in this. Phantom really keeps the pressure on, flicking right onto Vortex while he was perched up on that box. That is a staggering blow to the opposition's rhythm. Phantom is just on fire right now. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's totally defying the odds right now. He's proving that his superior record on this map is no fluke. Time to see if Vortex recovers. Phantom keeps the edge, leading 7-6. Vortex is really fighting for every single point today. Vortex has clawed back to make it 7-all. Vortex is refusing to let that previous defeat from today get in his head. Phantom is starting to pull away again, really making his presence felt in these quick exchanges. Phantom is currently boasting a 26-13 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this set. He's playing like a man who knows exactly how to close out these specific matchups. Phantom just sneaks ahead, pushing the tally to 9-8. Vortex is certainly proving that the rating gap doesn't tell the whole story. Vortex levels the playing field at 9-9. The number 3 guy is refusing to buckle under that pressure. He's absolutely taking over, erasing the opposition's momentum with another clean shot from the window. Phantom shuts things down by picking him off the window to equalize the score. The top seed is showing a lot of grit in this deadlock. Phantom is really putting the pressure on here, finding the mark twice in a row to separate himself. Vortex is really staying sharp, picking Phantom right off that ramp to put us back in a dead heat. Neither side is willing to budge an inch here. A quick reaction there, and now the pressure is fully on Vortex to keep his hopes alive. Absolutely flawless. Phantom seals the deal with an incredible final shot to take the entire series. He really just edged him out there, proving once again why he's sitting at the top of the board. He had to fight for every single round. What a match. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Phantom and Catalyst are facing off on Maypass to see who comes out on top. Phantom enters this match with a strong 70% win rate on this specific layout. It makes sense that he's continuing that dominance given his overall #1 spot on the ladder. He's really looking to solidify that top seed early on. Catalyst has a slim lead as we enter round 3. He is definitely looking for a revenge run after that last set. That was an absolute scramble up on the ramp, but Phantom manages to edge it out. Expected performance from the world, #1. Catalyst holds on to a tight 1-round cushion here. His recent form has been a bit more volatile compared to the top seed. Total deadlock now, as Catalyst finally draws level. He is definitely showing the form that keeps him at the top of the ladder. The momentum is shifting quickly. Phantom is starting to really put the pressure on here. He's putting out a consistent performance today. A tough brawl there, but he manages to secure the finish and extend this hot streak to 3. That head-to-head dominance is really starting to show. Just a total shutdown. He takes another effortless round to keep the streak alive. He has been totally untouchable throughout his entire run today. A gritty scrap on the ramp, but Catalyst shows a lot of heart to secure this round. A vital stop for the underdog in this series. Phantom is putting up a huge numbers game today with a 26-13 record over the last 24 hours. That kind of momentum is exactly why he looks so comfortable in a 7-4 lead. He's simply outplaying the field right now. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's really defying the pre-match expectations here. It's a strong start for the underdog, who is clearly making his quality felt early on. Phantom clears him right off the ramp to keep this lead comfortable. A strong way to start this half for the top seed. Another quick outplay by Catalyst, who is refusing to let this lead spiral out of hand. A lightning fast exchange to keep things interesting. Phantom is pulling away now, leading it 9-6. He really has an edge in their historical head-to-head matchups. Phantom's just run away with it, sitting pretty at 10-6. A tough spot for the 5th ranked player to navigate. He is just far too fast right now, securing another effortless point to build his lead. He's looking dangerous after that 13-11 win over Vortex. A precise burst of fire from Catalyst shuts that down immediately. Unbelievable. Phantom barely survives that trade to push the score to 12-7. Absolutely nail-biting finish to put him in control. What a fight! He walks away with the victory to close out the series. He's just on another level today, looking way too sharp in almost every single exchange. Welcome to Italy for this matchup. We have Vortex taking on the favorite Catalyst in a battle for the top. Catalyst has a commanding 812-577 lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's a massive gap, but Vortex seems to be playing with a lot more confidence after winning their most recent clash. We'll see if that trend holds. Unreal, he barely claws out of that exchange to secure another round. He's just not letting up. That's a total shutout through the first 4. A quick response from Catalyst to put a point on the board. A huge clash between 2 of the top 5 players right now. He finds another clean angle from the wine, steadily narrowing the gap. He's proving why he's a top 3 seed in the league. Absolutely breathtaking. Both players poured it on, but Catalyst survives by a mere sliver to extend his run. Vortex recovers quickly to take the lead back to 5-3. A tight pairing of the top 5 in the rankings. He keeps the pressure on with a flawless sequence to tighten this game. The favorite is finally starting to find some stability. Vortex has a 51% all-time win rate, and while he might be the underdog historically, he's currently the one asserting himself today. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace toward the halfway mark. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, everything about this match suggested Catalyst should be winning, but it's just not closing those rounds out. We're seeing a real shift in momentum here. Time for Catalyst to wake up. Vortex is just rolling right now, leading 8-5. The auras are completely flipped right now compared to how this usually goes. What a scramble! Catalyst hangs on by a thread to keep this series alive. He's definitely not letting his seed status go to waste. Vortex extends his lead to 9-6. This is starting to feel like a repeat of their previous match. A totally effortless shutdown as he continues to push back against the tide. Quick reflexes there to keep this game tight. What a war! Both players were nearly out of health, but he just barely edges it out. Total deadlock between the 4th and 5th seeds right now. A complete shutdown as Catalyst stays sharp to trim the lead. The momentum is shifting for the higher seeded pro. He's not going away, appearing completely untouchable as he keeps this rally alive. A complete turnaround from how those first few rounds started. Vortex is putting on quite the show today, proving that those historical records don't matter when you're in the server. He's completely reclaimed control, and now sits just a single round away from victory. And that's it! Vortex closes out the series with a final burst of speed to secure the victory. A huge result for the number 4 seed, completely shaking off that long-term record to keep the momentum going. Welcome to Orange. We've got Phantom and Vortex stepping up for a great match to see who comes out on top. Phantom is coming in as the heavy favorite with a 64% all-time win rate. It's clear he's been the one controlling their history together. The real question now is if Vortex can build on this early lead to actually flip the script. Phantom's now clinging to a slim 2-1 advantage. He's putting that #1 rank on full display. This is a dead heat right now, and these rounds are flying by. Vortex is proving he can trade blows with the #1 seed. Vortex edges ahead, taking a narrow lead at 3-2. He's really fighting back after that loss on fast aim. He just cannot be stopped right now, taking another tight battle to extend the lead. He's really putting his top 4 ranking to the test here. A smooth response from Phantom to close the gap. He's really making the most of his high rating today. Vortex has managed an impressive 13-26 run over the last day, and honestly he is turning that struggle into a real catalyst for this series. He looks incredibly focused right now. Let's see if he can maintain this momentum. Vortex maintains his thin 5-4 cushion for now. His recent form is looking lethal with that 5-game streak. Vortex is still firmly in the driver's seat at 6-4. That's a clean set of games for Phantom earlier today. Vortex is really taking control now, putting some serious distance between himself and Phantom. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. We're seeing exactly what the pre-match prediction suggested. He's outperforming the world #1 right now to secure a decent cushion. Time to see a response? He's showing a lot of heart right now, stepping back into the fight with a sharp opening shot. A clean sweep of these last 2 rounds for him. He's completely erased that deficit, bringing us back to a deadlock at 7-7. Vortex regains the upper hand with an 8-7 lead. He looks steady despite the pressure from the world #1. Vortex extends his cushion, now sitting comfortably at 9-7. He's playing with an incredible amount of confidence right now. A totally effortless skill as he continues this impressive climb back into the series. A quick snap that stops that slide from continuing. Vortex is looking dominant as he pushes the lead to 10-8. His form lately has looked strong, and he's clearly not intimidated here. Vortex is putting on a real clinic here, leaving Phantom with very few answers as he closes in on the finish line. Just a blur of movement as Vortex shuts this down, putting himself one step away from victory. Unbelievable! Vortex shuts the door with a perfect final shot to secure the series. Talk about a massive statement coming from the underdog. He completely dismantled the head-to-head history with that performance. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off to see who takes the win today. Phantom is walking into this series with a huge historical advantage, having won over 850 head-to-head bouts against Catalyst. It's a gap that's likely fueling his confidence right now. We have to see if Catalyst can actually shake him. Catalyst holds a slim 2-1 lead as we restart. The top-rated guy is definitely feeling the pressure early. Unbelievable! He manages to scrape through and knocks Catalyst off the box to even things up. And now it's a completely open game going forward. Phantom is really starting to stack up the wins, and he just cleared out Catalyst from that elevated spot. Neither man is backing down, they're locked at 3-all. He's really trying to reverse that trend from their last set. Catalyst is really putting on a show right now, claiming a third straight victory in a high ground battle. He's definitely trying to flip the script from their last meeting. Phantom really puts an end to that momentum, taking a clean win over the top position. He's certainly looking to maintain that dominant lifetime head-to-head edge. Catalyst keeps a narrow edge with a 5-4 lead. Deadlock Phantom claws back to make it 5-all. The top seed is finally starting to flex his muscles. The timing of these encounters is incredibly fast. Neither of these players is giving an inch today. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's doing exactly what the oddsmakers expected him to do. He looks sharp, but Phantom is hanging on through some very close fights. Time to swap ends. Catalyst is barely holding on to a 1-point cushion. His 27-12 record today proves why he's the world #1. Absolute parity now, as Phantom levels this at 7-all. The momentum looks similar to their recent meeting on Mapas. Both of these guys are just flickering across the screen. These encounters are ending in the blink of an eye. Phantom has a 65% win rate on this map, showing he historically dominates the geography here, and honestly, it's making this current deficit look even more unusual. He's definitely fighting an uphill battle to reclaim his expected lead. Catalyst is pulling ahead by 2 now. The number 5 seed is really putting the pressure on right now. We're seeing a real back and forth here. It's becoming a complete toss-up as they trade rounds. He's definitely finding some comfort after that tough loss to Vortex. And just like that, Phantom pulls them even at 10 apiece. This really feels like a mirror image of their set on Mapas. The momentum has completely shifted. He's now sitting on 3 straight victories. It looks like a rough day for the 5th seed overall. He's simply unstoppable right now, and a flawless finish puts him just 1 round away from the series victory. Absolute chaos in the final exchange, but he comes out on top to close the series. He really proved he's the man to beat today. Catalyst put up a hell of a fight, but just couldn't close that gap. What a match! Welcome to the arena. Vortex and Catalyst are facing off today to see who takes the win. Catalyst comes out swinging with a strong start from the ramp. Vortex is fighting a rough 12-26 run over the last day. Catalyst has managed to win over 58% of their lifelong head-to-head encounters. It's a strong historical advantage, but we're seeing those trends shift as Catalyst struggles with some poor recent results. Vortex has definitely found a way to disrupt that pattern. Tied up at 2 apiece. This series is wide open. It's a battle between the top 5 on the ladder. Catalyst is really starting to seize control of this map, picking up 2 straight rounds. Total deadlock now, both players sitting on free. He's certainly feeling the weight of that recent loss to Vortex. Vortex edges ahead, taking a slim lead at 4-3. The number 3 seed is certainly looking sharp right now. He shuts down the challenge on the Tetris to keep the momentum rolling. Looking like a total reversal of the typical favorite dynamic. He is simply on fire right now, securing his 4th straight win. He is putting out a statement against a top 5 opponent. And there's the answer. Catalyst quickly shuts things down to hold that run. A huge relief for the trailing player right there. Vortex has a 56% success rate on this specific layout, and that confidence is starting to show in his movements. He's firmly in control now, leaving Catalyst with very little room to recover. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. And honestly, this is a huge swing against the favorite. Catalyst normally owns this matchup, but he just can't find an answer for Vortex's current form. Vortex is really putting the pressure on, securing that win right from the ramp. Coming off a very dominant 13-8 win against Phantom earlier. Vortex is absolutely crushing this, using that height advantage on the box to secure another quick one. Catalyst answers right back, cleaning up the fight and taking that ramp control. A tough stretch for him lately, but that skill set is always there. Catalyst reads that position perfectly, cleaning him off the box to keep his comeback hopes alive. He's completely took over the pace now, racking up 3 straight for the challenger. He's finally shaking off those recent losses to find some air. He's back in the driver's seat, keeping the lead comfortable. Catalyst is having a nightmare day with those losses stacking up. Catalyst is fighting back, quickly picking Vortex off the Tetris to close the gap. The number 5 seed refuses to go quietly. Vortex just completely outclassed him, putting himself 1 round away from the series victory. A clean exchange there to secure the huge advantage. Catalyst manages to scrap this one out, slowing down the momentum just as Vortex looks to close the series. The pressure is mounted for that number 5 seed now. Absolute perfection. He picks him off the ramp to seal the victory and secure the map. He's completely turned his rivalry around lately. Catalyst really struggled to find his footing against a surging opponent today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Phantom and Vortex facing up on Mappas today to see who comes out on top. Phantom reacts incredibly fast to catch Vortex right off those boxes for the opening lead. Vortex is looking sharp, quickly picking off Phantom right off the ramp to even things up. The top seed is already feeling the pressure here. Vortex is really moving fast out of the gate, catching Phantom as he tried to hold that ramp. It's a dead heat as Phantom and Vortex reset. He really is dominating the overall head-to-head history. Vortex is really putting a lot of pressure on the world number 1 right now. The lower rated man is taking full control early on. Phantom normally boasts a 70% win rate on this map, but he is currently struggling to get an answer. It's definitely a strange turn of events seeing the top seed look this vulnerable. Let's see if he can flip the script. Vortex holds a strong 5-3 lead as we reset. Vortex is just on another level right now, capitalizing on that height advantage to extend his lead. Unbelievable! Vortex survives a chaotic scrap from the ramp and manages to hold a huge 7-round lead. Phantom manages to outduel him on the ramp just before we head into the break. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, he's looking every bit as strong as we expected. We can see why the odds makers gave him the edge going into this one. Time to swap sides. Phantom has historically beaten him 61% of the time, but his confidence seems shaken after that last loss to Vortex today. I mean, the momentum has shifted entirely to the lower seed. We have to wonder if he can stop this slide. A completely effortless kill as Vortex stays on top and extends the gap to 10-5. Vortex puts on a clinic from the ramp, putting a firm grip on the series. The number 1 seed is just completely lost right now. He finally catches a break to get back on the board. He really needs to lean on that historical edge to close this out. Phantom has finally figured out how to put some pressure back on him. The number 1 rated player in the world is finally stepping up. Vortex holds his ground on the ramp to pull ahead, moving to 12 rounds. It's becoming a real struggle for the favorite to keep up. What a way to finish! Vortex secures the final blow to take home the series. He really shook the rankings today. We're seeing a massive shift in momentum as the lower seed just refuses to back down. Welcome everyone! Phantom and Catalyst are facing off on red line to see who can claim the win today. Phantom takes the early lead by holding that high ground on the boxes. The current league leader starts the match on a high note. Phantom is currently sitting as the #1 rated player in the league, and we are seeing that class difference play out in real time. He's comfortably taking control of this series, and the question now is if Catalyst can actually dig in and mount a response. Phantom is cruising right now, with a commanding 3-1 lead. Their last meeting on Dunes went a similar way. Phantom puts a lot of pressure on from the ramp, continuing his run. His overall head-to-head lead is really starting to show. Catalyst shuts him down and forces him off the ramp to keep his hopes alive. The momentum shifted quickly there. What a scramble! He barely clutched that out after taking an enormous amount of damage. Catalyst actually carries the historical advantage on this specific map. It's just a shame he isn't able to translate that familiarity into results today. He's clearly struggling to get his footing, while Phantom just keeps stepping up. A sharp exchange that goes his way, securing another point for Catalyst. Both of these players have been put in a ton of time today. Phantom is still firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. It's definitely looking like the underdog could pull this off. We head into the break with Phantom leading 7-5. I mean, he's definitely defying the odds right now. Despite the pre-match hype for Catalyst, the underdog is putting up a real fight and keeping this series close. Fresh sights, new energy. Catalyst is showing some real grit here, effortlessly picking him off the ramp. That's a really clean sequence of plays to get back in this. Phantom holds the edge with an 8-6 cushion. He's really making the most of his 27 wins today. Unreal. He survives by a hair from the ramp to take a huge lead. His composure is just unbelievable when the health bar gets that low. Catalyst secures this one from the ramp as he continues to claw back into the series. This is a much better showing than those early rounds. He completely outplayed him on the ramp, continuing this impressive surge. A truly clinical response to get within striking distance. Simply incredible. He has completely erased that early deficit to tie this series up. A totally untouched round for Catalyst, dragging the former leader off the Tetris to move into the lead. A tough fight that ends with both players trading damage, but it's Phantom who survives to tie this up. Phantom has the momentum now, putting himself just one step away from the finish line. He's showing why he's currently the highest rated player in the mix. He withstands a heavy opening burst to break that streak and puts himself on the verge of victory. The pressure is mounting for Catalyst to find an answer fast. What a fast reflex play. He refuses to go down quietly and stays in the fight. A critical stand that puts the pressure right back on. Absolutely stunning. He forces the deadlock, sending us straight into overtime. Absolutely chaotic way to push this game into extra time. He strikes from the ramp to keep the surge alive, completely shutting down that response. The underdog is suddenly in total control of the series. What a wild exchange! Phantom barely scrapes by to keep this tied at 13-13. He is just refusing to let this match slip away. He's not backing down, claiming another round to put the pressure squarely on Phantom. An incredible display of resilience from the guy who entered as the long shot. He's just not folding up, taking this duel on the ramp to put himself one step away from the finish. Just completely dismantled the opposition's defense in that exchange. A quick reaction from Phantom to clear him off the ramp and stay alive. A solid answer to prevent the match from slipping away right now. What a finish! Catalyst closes the door and secures a massive victory to end it all. The number one player just got shaken up in a total dogfight. He really tried to hold on with those low health escapes, but the pressure was just too much. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Catalyst are heading to Italy for a high-stakes showdown. Emotion mid-Catalyst really owns the history here, winning nearly 60% of their total encounters. That long-term dominance should give him a huge mental edge, especially since the betting odds usually lean his way. Let's see if he can maintain that control emotion mid. Catalyst holds a slim lead as we enter round 3. The higher rated seed is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Both players are reacting incredibly quickly right now. These first few rounds have basically been a toss-up. Vortex is suddenly surging ahead with a 3-2 lead. That's another result that mirrors their most recent matchup. He's absolutely taken over the map, making it 3 straight with a perfect finish. That was an instant answer from Catalyst to keep this close. We are all square now, a total dead heat. The number 5 seed is really starting to show his teeth. Vortex claws back into the lead at 5-4. It's a total clash of the Titans with the number 3 and 5 seeds. These two are just trading blows back and forth. Neither one is willing to let the other get any breathing room. Catalyst barely scrapes ahead, reclaiming a 1-round cushion. He's really trying to flip the script after that 39 loss. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. You know, it's really surprising to see Catalyst struggling to maintain a lead here. He's usually such a heavy favorite in this pairing, but Vortex is holding his ground perfectly. Unreal. He survives a frantic exchange and barely walks away from that encounter. He's fighting a tough battle after those 2 straight losses earlier today. And just like that, Catalyst levels things up to 7-all. Catalyst edges forward again, leading 8-7. Catalyst hasn't had a lot of luck in his last 10 games. Catalyst has played over 5,000 matches across this league's history. It's a massive amount of experience to lean on when he's trying to close out a series like this. I wonder if that veteran composure is what's allowing him to secure these crucial rounds. Catalyst keeps the momentum, pushing his lead to 9-8. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence after that run against Phantom. Vortex answers back, and we're locked up at 9 apiece. The 3rd seed in the world is really starting to push his advantage. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, making it 3 straight. He just shreds through that advantage on the wind to claim a 4th straight. He's just on another level right now, moving 1 step closer to victory after a perfect sequence. Absolutely incredible. He closes the door on the competition and secures a hard-fought victory. An absolute monster of a performance to shake off that historical disadvantage and take the win. He's finally getting the better of the veteran hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Let's see if Phantom can hold on to his advantage against Vortex today. Phantom takes the early lead, holding that high ground on the wine box to outplay Vortex. Vortex looked dominant in their most recent head-to-head. It's a straight duel on the ramp this time, but Phantom's just too quick for him. Vortex is usually the one people expect to win this pairing. Vortex manages to outpeak him from the toolbox to keep things close. He's really leaning into that strong recent form. Vortex is starting to take control here, capitalizing on that momentum to even things up. Vortex is certainly playing his best game of the day so far. He shuts this down from the ramp, claiming his third straight round. It's the same result as their previous clash on Mappas. Phantom manages to drag himself out of that brawl and knocks Vortex off the box. The top seed is starting to exert his will. Unreal. He barely clings on with a sliver of health to take control of the match. Vortex is certainly playing the role of the aggressor tonight. Phantom is starting to fire back, securing that win from the ramp to keep the series perfectly tight. The number 1 seed is starting to look like the favorite again. Vortex puts on a clinic from the ramp, really tightening his grip on this lead. Phantom boasts a 68% win rate on this map, yet he's clearly fighting a downhill battle right now. It's surprising to see the league's top-rated player struggling this much against a rival who usually looks like the underdog. He'll need to find some stability quickly if he wants to turn this around. We head into the break locked at 6-all. Well, Phantom is stubbornly refusing to let Vortex run away with this. Both of these guys are trading blows, and the match is wide open going into the second half. Let's see who breaks first. Phantom edges forward, currently leading the series 7-6. His recent history against this opponent is a huge mountain to climb. Phantom is really pulling away with a 2-round cushion. His consistency is a nightmare for anyone in the league. Vortex just shot that down, punishing Phantom for trying to play it high on the ramp. Vortex is really rolling now, picking up another quick win from the ramp. He's certainly putting a claim to that top 3 status today. Phantom just puts an end to that mini run, catching Vortex right as he stepped up the ramp. He's showing that top-seeded class we expect to see. We are all tied up again, a dead heat at 9 apiece. It's a massive fight for that number 1 spot on the ladder. Vortex barely nudges ahead, now leading 10-9. He's showing some incredible form lately with that 5-game run. Phantom is playing a dangerous game here, but he managed to catch Vortex completely off guard on the toolbox. It's becoming a real grudge match for the top spot. Phantom is just too fast for him, putting Vortex right back on the defensive after a clean clear of that box. What a scrap! He digs deep to knock Vortex off the wine box and secures his 3rd straight victory. The pressure is starting to mount for the lower seed. Unbelievable! Phantom seals the deal with a final burst from the toolbox to claim the match. He really stepped up when it mattered most to close this out. Vortex fought an incredible battle, but he just couldn't finish the job. What a fight! Welcome to the Dunes! We have Phantom and Catalyst facing off, with the top-seeded favorite looking for a strong win. Phantom holds a significant all-time head-to-head lead over Catalyst, but that early confidence is a bit shaken since Catalyst actually took their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can recover his footing early on. Catalyst is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The top-seeded player is starting to exert his will. Phantom has completely flipped the script here, evening things up after a shaky start. He just blasted Catalyst right off that box, securing his third straight victory. Catalyst answers back from the box, bringing us back to a deadlock. He's showing a lot of grit against the world #1. Catalyst barely edges ahead, claiming a slim 1-round lead. The #1 seed looks out of sorts right now. That's another one for Catalyst, keeping his foot on the gas with a third straight victory. Catalyst is really making the most of his current momentum. He's simply untouchable right now, extending his win streak to 4. He's playing with an incredible amount of confidence right now. Finally, the momentum shifts back. He just refused to fold and puts an end to that crushing run. Phantom is refusing to go away, taking Catalyst right off that box to tighten the gap. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, things are playing out exactly as the analysts predicted. Catalyst is controlling the pace, though he'll need to stay sharp against a world-class opponent. Time to see who blinks first. A complete shutdown for the top seed, who just keeps digging himself out of this hole. The world #1 is finally showing that elite pedigree. Catalyst is putting together a strong day with a 10-14 record over the last 24 hours. You know, it's a tough stretch for him, but he's managing to stay remarkably composed despite that. If he can keep this focus, the top seed might be in trouble. Catalyst holds a 2-round cushion as we enter round 16. A lightning-fast exchange to keep his lead. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to tighten the deficit. Absolute chaos on that last one. He keeps capitalizing on that high ground, effectively neutralizing any attempt at a comeback. He is just outclassing the world #1 right now. This is turning into a real nightmare for Phantom. He manages to clear out the high ground and claw another one back. He's fighting hard to prove he still belongs in that top seed spot. Unreal, both players were almost completely drained, but Phantom somehow claws this one out by a thread. That was an absolute nail-biter of a sequence. He's just relentless right now, erasing the deficit and bringing us back to a dead heat. A sharp burst of fire gives Catalyst the lead, putting him just 1 round away from victory. Incredible poise from Phantom, securing a flawless kill to force a tiebreaker. Everything has come down to this. One single round determines who takes the victory here. This has been a wild series for a player sitting 5th on the ladder. Absolute madness. He keeps the momentum rolling to force an unbelievable deadlock at 13-all. We are seeing an incredibly fast pace here, with almost every exchange decided in a split second. He's just too fast. A perfect shot to level the score at 14-14. The pressure is mounting for both of these players right now. A decisive burst puts Catalyst back in control, leaving him just one step away from the win. He simply refuses to go down, forcing a tie and putting himself on the precipice of victory. Neither player is giving an inch in this deadlock. Phantom pushes ahead, claiming a slim 16-15 advantage. Phantom extends his grip, leading by 2 rounds now. The A game is back for the top seed. Phantom is distancing himself with a commanding 18-15 lead. Phantom's pulling away, now sitting comfortably at 19-15. He really clawed his way back from the brink to close this one out. Catalyst gave him a run for his money, but that early game deficit just didn't matter in the end. What a battle. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Vortex and Catalyst stepping up for this high-stakes 1v1 battle. Catalyst holds a commanding 812 round lead in their overall head-to-head history. He's clearly the psychological favorite in this specific rivalry. I wonder if that long-term dominance will prove too much for the higher-rated player to overcome. Catalyst is just one step ahead of Vortex now. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure after that loss to Phantom. Catalyst is really starting to pile on the pressure here, extending his lead to 3 rounds. The top seed is really struggling to put up a fight. Vortex needs a big answer while trailing 2-3. Both of them have had a rough run of games today. We're all squared up now with a 3-all deadlock. He's looking much sharper than his recent games would suggest. Vortex can't seem to string a couple together, while Catalyst keeps swinging the momentum back in his favor. A complete deadlock at 4 apiece for these two. Both of these competitors have had a grueling day so far. Vortex is really picking up speed now, quickly shutting down Catalyst and that boost attempt. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Vortex is completely taking over now, securing another win to maintain the charge. The top 3 seed is finally flexing that raw skill. He's just unstoppable right now, putting up a huge lead before the break. Just a few hours ago, we saw him fall to Phantom. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, he's defying the historical trends today. Despite Catalyst usually controlling this rivalry, the underdog is playing way above expectations right now. Time to switch side. Vortex currently has a 56% win rate on this map, and that comfort level is really starting to manifest in his performance. It's a stark contrast to how he struggled earlier today. The question is whether he can keep this momentum going into the final stretch. Catalyst manages to pull him off the box for a huge reaction, barely slowing down the pace here. The number 5 seed is finally starting to fight back. Vortex is just cleaning up now, quickly clearing him off that Tetris piece. The number 3 seed is looking very sharp right now. Catalyst holds his ground on that Tetris piece, showing some real tenacity to keep this thing close. He's refusing to go away, securing another straight round to trim that lead. That was lightning fast, practically instantaneous. Vortex is putting on some seriously impressive speed right now. Catalyst refuses to buckle, knocking the opponent down from heaven to keep the pressure on. The higher ranked player is feeling the heat now. A total slugfest that finally ends with Catalyst on top, continuing this gritty climb back into the game. He's proving to be a tough puzzle for the favorite today. He's completely shifted the tide, erasing the deficit to bring us all the way back to a tie. Both of these players are now completely on level footing. Vortex puts a huge stop to that comeback attempt, putting himself on match point. He just needed to find a way back into the driver's seat. Unbelievable. He barely edges it out, clawing back for a 12-12 stalemate and forcing this into overtime. Insane. He almost didn't make it out of that one alive. What a display of grit from Catalyst, who just wiped him off the ramp to reclaim the lead. Total shutdown of that ramp advance. An absolute toss-up now. Both of these players are refusing to blink as we head into the first set of overtime. A flawless reaction there, keeping the momentum firmly on his side. It's become a total coin flip now, with neither side able to secure a second straight round. It is a high-pressure environment for both of these players today. Absolute resolve from the challenger, taking this round from the ramp to put himself one step away from victory. The underdog is truly fighting for his life in this overtime. Unreal, he closes the door with a perfect shot to secure the series. He really had to dig deep for that one, but his composure in those final seconds was just superior. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we're on orange for a big match between Phantom and Vortex. Let's see if the favorite can hold their ground. What a scramble! Phantom barely edges out the win after a wild exchange of fire. Phantom holds a convincing historical edge with a 61% win rate in their head-to-heads. It's interesting because the match started so evenly despite the difference in their overall standing. Now it's a question of if Phantom can regain control. Vortex is on a tear now, completely erasing any sign of his opponent's earlier momentum. A sharp response here as he gets the upper hand to keep this close. He really looks a lot stronger than his 14-23 record today suggests. What a fight! Both players were nearly depleted, but he managed to squeeze out the win. He is definitely playing like a top 3 seed right now. Vortex is simply dominating, stretching a commanding 5-2 lead. The number 1 rated player in the league is struggling here. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but the momentum stays firmly with the leader. Phantom really needs to find a way to stabilize here. The momentum is completely skewed now, as he secures another decisive win. He is just untouchable right now, shutting the door on any hope of a comeback. He's certainly making the most of this server advantage. A hard-fought exchange that goes his way just before the switch. He is finally starting to flex that huge experience gap. Vortex takes a strong lead heading into the break 8-4. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the analysts predicted for this one. He's just outplaying the top seed right now. Time for a clean slate. Unreal. He almost went down in that firefight, but he somehow clawed back to secure the win. His recent run of matches has been a real struggle. Phantom is putting together a real powerhouse run today with 25 wins already. He's obviously not just relying on his raw skill, but he seems to be adjusting his playstyle to better handle Vortex's aggression. Now we see if he can keep this pace into the late game. The gap is just widening. Phantom is really feeling the pressure as the deficit hits 6 rounds. Vortex is firmly in control despite the head-to-head history. Just a quick flick and he's back in the driver's seat with a chance to close this right now. Really shaking his confidence at this stage of the game. Phantom manages to hold his ground and keep the dream alive. It's surprising to see the heavy favorite this far behind. What a finish! Vortex closes it out with the perfect shot to secure the series victory. He really just put the top seed in his pocket. This is a massive result for the lower ranked player today. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today for a great match between Phantom and Catalyst. Phantom comes in with a strong 66% win rate on this specific layout. It's an impressive edge for the favorite, but Catalyst seems to be ignoring those trends today. The real test will be if Phantom can actually convert that historical advantage into a lead. Phantom is pushing the pace with a 2-1 lead. He's currently sitting at the top of the ladder for a reason. He's simply too fast right now, securing another effortless win to keep the pressure on. Absolutely ruthless, he's just completely taken over this opening stretch. He's really extending the gap he built in their last duel. A quick reaction there to snap the momentum and put some pressure back on the lead. He's showing a lot of resilience right now. Phantom is currently sitting on a huge lead in their career history with 853 total wins over Catalyst, and honestly, the current scoreline is starting to look like a repeat of their previous encounter. It will be interesting to see if Catalyst can actually find a way to disrupt this pattern. He just cannot be stopped, racking up a third straight victory to widen the gap. He's just untouchable right now, taking his fourth straight win to completely dismantle his opponent. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that encounter, catching the other player on the vine for a massive fight. Phantom heads into the break with a huge 10-2 lead. Well, the pre-match favorite in Catalyst is looking completely lost. It's been a total collapse so far, and he's barely found any answers for those quick peaks. Time for a total reset. The gap is just widening by the second. Catalyst is barely getting a chance to breathe. The #1 seed is making this look effortless. Catalyst is finally starting to put up a fight and showing he can trade blows with the top seed. What a scramble. He manages to survive by a hair's breadth to put himself on match point. His composure is incredible to stay that calm with such low health. Game over. He closes out the set with a clean finish to secure a commanding victory. He's really cementing that dominance today, making it 2 in a row against his opponent. He's just on another level. Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top today. Catalyst historically owns this rivalry with a 58% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It's a surprising contrast to how he's been playing throughout today. Vortex is really looking to flip the script on this one. Absolutely terrifying speed from Vortex, securing a flawless third straight round. He just cannot find a way through, as the momentum completely shifts in this opener. He's suddenly showing why he's currently third on the ladder. Catalyst gets his first victory of the map with a clean trade. He's a dangerous opponent when he starts settling in. Another rapid response here, and he's starting to chip away at that early deficit. A real battle for ground there, but Vortex comes out on top of that ramp fight. What an insane scrap! Catalyst manages to claw through the damage and barely survives with a sliver of health. Absolute guts to close that out with barely anything left in the tank. He's refusing to go away, putting together another strong round to keep the pressure on. The momentum is swinging heavily in his favor now. Vortex stays sharp, catching him right as Catalyst tried to hold that ramp angle. Vortex has certainly looked the more comfortable of the two today. Catalyst keeps the pressure high, erasing any doubt as he closes the gap heading into the final round of the half. We're deadlocked at 6-6. Honestly, the favorite is struggling to find any real control here. Vortex is proving to be a huge problem, taking advantage of his superior map win rate to keep this a toss-up. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst just outclasses him from the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the series. He's really proving to be the more consistent force right now. He puts on a clinic from the toolbox to extend his lead to 8-6. He looks completely locked in since the side switch. Vortex needs a huge stand here to tie things up at 8-8. The resilience is on full display as he pushes his lead to 9-7. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence today. He's just untouchable right now, barely breaking a sweat to widen that lead. He refuses to buckle under the pressure, digging back into the match to bring the score to 8-10. He's showing a lot of fight to keep this competitive. He's completely shutting down the opposition now, putting together another clean win. A really fast turnaround to tighten the grip on this series. He is on fire now, erasing the deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. A complete reversal of fortunes as we head into the final stretch. The search continues as he claims a fourth straight to take a narrow lead. He's really putting those high seeds on notice tonight. He secures the level with another win from the planks, refusing to let this match slip away. A perfectly timed stop to put things back on even ground. A colossal shift in momentum as Vortex puts himself just one step away from victory. A really clean look at the head for that kill. Absolute chaos. He takes the duel from the window to force this match into overtime. Neither side is willing to give an inch in this nail-biter. He holds the high ground from the toolbox to claim a huge one here, keeping the comeback alive. The underdog is certainly making his presence felt in this match. Vortex just shuts him down from the wine box, taking full control of this overtime stretch. The higher seed is finally finding his footing in this overtime. What a response! Catalyst secures the kill from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. The composure on display here is just incredible. And just like that, he cleans out the ramp to bring us right back to a dead tie. A total stalemate as we head into this final stretch. Vortex puts his opponent in the dirt and takes a commanding lead at 15-14. He just needed that single burst to tip the balance. A flawless exchange to bring us level, putting Catalyst in a position to end it all. Neither man is letting their foot off the gas here. Catalyst narrowly edges ahead with a 16-15 lead. Total deadlock at 16-0, a true heart stopper. Vortex holds the edge now with a 17-16 lead. He is playing with an enormous amount of grit today. Vortex extends his grip to an 18-16 advantage. He's simply too strong in these high-pressure moments. Catalyst fights back to keep it a one-round game. He is showing why he belongs in the upper echelon of the ladder. Both Titans are locked in a fierce 18-18 stalemate. Neither of them are giving an inch in this overtime war. Vortex surges ahead to a 19-18 advantage. Vortex just pulls ahead again, leading 20-18. He's really starting to assert himself in this late game stretch. Vortex pulls further ahead, now commanding a free round cushion. Vortex is really making the most of his current seed advantage. Vortex is putting a real stranglehold on things, leading 22-18. The momentum just didn't swing back the other way. He finally gets the revenge he's been chasing in this rivalry. What a fight! Catalyst is clearly comfortable in this rivalry, continuing a trend of dominance over Vortex. Vortex really needed a victory like that to bounce back after his previous loss. He looked sharp today. Welcome to the show. We've got a great match on Dunes today between Phantom and Catalyst. Let's get started. Phantom enters this match sitting at the #1 spot on our ladder. He looks quite confident following that blowout victory over Catalyst in their previous encounter. It will be interesting to see if that psychological edge helps him maintain the pace. We'll be right back with more action from Dunes in just a few moments. And we are back live on Dunes with Phantom leading 1-0 as the action resumes. Catalyst fights back to tie it up at 1 apiece. He's showing a lot of grit today despite the overall win rate deficit. Catalyst takes the lead with a commanding 2-1 advantage. The top seed is certainly feeling the pressure right now. That's an incredible surge for Catalyst, taking control of the match from the box. He manages to trade back around here, narrowing the gap to 2-3. Catalyst is just refusing to let Phantom get any momentum going, taking that round from the top. He's really defying the odds in this series so far. Catalyst is simply too fast right now, shutting the door on this round from the box. Phantom responds with a quick snap to keep the pressure on, showing a lot of heart here. A quick response from the favorite to steady things up. Catalyst has a tough track record on this map with only a 42% win rate. That makes his current lead even more impressive. He's completely ignoring the history here, and the pressure is now firmly on the top seed to find an answer. Catalyst is running away with it, leading 7-4. It's a total role reversal compared to their last head-to-head. Catalyst holds a solid lead at 8-4. Well, everything is going according to plan so far. The heavy favorite is in full control of the map heading into the switch. Time to see if Phantom wakes up. Catalyst is simply on a different level right now, taking another quick fight from the box. The gap in their ratings isn't showing up in the results today. Catalyst is cruising toward a blowout at 9-5. The #1 seed looks like he's finally finding his footing. Catalyst reads the Tetris perfectly and shuts that down right away. The #1 rated player is definitely struggling to find a way back. The sheer speed of these encounters is wild. Catalyst is just blinking through these rounds. The current #5 seed is putting on a masterclass tonight. Phantom is starting to dig in and fight for every single round now. Catalyst is absolutely lethal from the box, putting himself just 1 round away from the win. What a fight! He claws this one back with a sliver of health left. A huge breath of air for him in that situation. Unbelievable, Catalyst closes the door with a perfect final kill to secure the win. Talk about a complete reversal of fortunes for the top seed. He just couldn't get a handle on that performance. Welcome everyone, Vortex and Catalyst are facing off on Orange to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Catalyst historically owns this matchup with over 800 total wins. It's definitely a huge mental edge to have, especially since Vortex has been the one chasing him for a long time. I wonder if Catalyst can keep that pressure on today. Unbelievable. Vortex claws it back in a chaotic exchange, barely hanging on to finish the play. He looks sharp after that commanding victory over Phantom earlier. We've got a dead heat now, with both at 2. He's certainly looking the part of the second-ranked player right now. Catalyst regains the lead, putting the pressure back on. Vortex has normally enjoyed a bit more success here. Catalyst is really starting to seize control here, putting the pressure on Vortex with those quick wins. That's an effortless triple for Catalyst, who completely shuts down the opposition's momentum. A really dominant showing from the 5-seeded player. He's staying stubborn and refuses to fade away, keeping his composure with another clean win. A gritty scrap here, but he manages to outlast the pressure and keep his comeback rolling. It's a tough spot to be in for the higher-seeded player. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange with a tiny sliver of health remaining. Tough to shake off those losses from their most recent meeting. He's staying strong, pulling within 1 as we approach the break. The underdog is definitely refusing to buckle under that pressure. We're all square at 6 apiece. Well, the underdog is definitely holding his own despite the historical gap. It looks like Vortex has found a way to challenge a player who usually has his number. Fresh start for both of them. He's refusing to back down, securing another clean win to take the lead. He's really making a case for that favorite label. He's completely untouched in that exchange, firmly gripping the lead with a 2-round surge. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. He's simply on fire, extending his current run to a 3-round tier. The momentum shift here is becoming impossible to ignore. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and somehow he walks away with just a sliver of health. That's some incredible nerve to survive another close call like that. Catalyst responds with a quick kill to get back on the board. It's a nice pick-me-up after that tough loss on fast aim. Another rapid response from Catalyst, who is showing a lot of heart while chasing this game. He continues to push forward, showing great mental toughness to reclaim a 3-round lead. A quick adjustment from the leader to stop that slide. He has completely turned the tide, and now he's just 1 point away from victory. The top-seeded player is firmly back in the driver's seat. We'll be right back with more action on Orange after a very quick technical timeout. And we are back live on Orange, with Vortex leading Catalyst 12-8. A closer fight this time, but the challenger manages to survive the duel and stave off that final point. That puts a bit of a damper on the momentum there. What an incredible fight back. Vortex closes the door and claims the victory. He's finally shaking off those ghosts and proving he can dominate this rivalry on the big stage. Welcome everyone, we have Phantom and Vortex facing off on Mappas to see who comes out on top today. Phantom has a commanding historical lead with a 61% win rate in their head-to-head series. But you can tell he's feeling the pressure after that loss in their very last meeting. It will be interesting to see if he can shake that off. Phantom is pulling ahead, holding a tight one-round lead. The world number one is starting to flex his muscles here. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, claiming his third straight round. His top-seeded status is really showing through this early. He's simply unstoppable at the moment, securing another round to push the lead. He's quickly erasing the memory of that loss on red line. Vortex answers back immediately with a sharp shot, narrowing the gap to 2. Vortex is fighting to prove he can hang with the elite seed. Phantom's overall map efficiency sits at 70%. It's clear that his tactical knowledge of this space is a huge part of why he's controlling the pace. If he can maintain this cushion, he'll likely neutralize any momentum Vortex tries to build. Phantom's really cruising now with a 3-round cushion. The second ranked player is showing some real grit right now. Vortex is refusing to back down, picking him off the ramp to keep this rally moving. That's a dangerous swing in a matter of seconds. Phantom still holds a healthy 3-round advantage here. He's fighting for his first series win against his rival today. Phantom leads 7-5 going into the break. Well, this is a total reversal from the pre-match hype. He's completely flipped the script on the favorite after that early string of 4 wins. Let's see if Vortex answers back. He keeps the pressure high, securing another quick victory to pull within one. That is a serious challenge to the odds we saw before the match. Phantom is reacting quickly, catching him right off the boxes to shut down that mini run. Phantom's back in the driver's seat at 9-6. The number 1 seed is fully reclaiming his dominance. He's completely taken over the map, stretching his lead to 4 rounds. The top seed is looking far more composed than he did against Catalyst. Vortex manages to hold that run, securing a tough fight to bring the total to 7. The reactions are getting faster and faster. These two are really pushing each other to the limit. Vortex is refusing to fade away, keeping this very much alive as the gaps close. He is not letting up, securing his second straight as he continues to chip away at the lead. Absolute lightning speed from Phantom, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. What a finish! Phantom shuts the door with an effortless final kill to close out the series. He really showed why he's ranked at the top, just completely owning the pace of this map. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Phantom and Catalyst are facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Phantom takes a huge historical lead with 854 wins over his opponent, but Catalyst has dominated their most recent meetings. It will be interesting to see if that current confidence overrides the long-term stats today. Catalyst holds the window a bit too long, but he still managed to pull off the win. This looks like a repeat of their last encounter together. We're completely deadlocked at 2 apiece now. The top-rated man in the league is making his presence felt. Phantom is really starting to put the pressure on and is making it look easy from the ramp. Perfect stalemate. We're sitting at 3 apiece here. The top 5 seeds are really battling it out for every inch. Phantom was way too fast there, just cutting Catalyst right off the toolbox. Phantom is finally starting to reclaim his territory today. Catalyst is playing with a lot of energy right now, managing to outduel Phantom, even with him holding the high ground. Catalyst keeps the momentum with a slim 5-4 lead. He's making a strong case for himself as the favorite today. He's purely in control, securing the 3rd straight win from the ramp. He's really proving that the favorites list isn't everything today. He's just unstoppable right now, extending his lead to 7 before we hit the break. It's a tough spot for the number 1 seed to be in. Catalyst goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Things are playing out exactly as the oddsmakers predicted. He's proving why he entered this specific game as the preferred winner. Let's see a comeback now. A fierce battle from the ramp, but he manages to secure the win and keep this rally going. The higher seed is finally starting to find some breathing room. Absolutely effortless. He's leveled the series at 7-all. He's completely wiped out the lead that Catalyst built. The momentum has completely shifted. He's now 3 rounds straight with a pristine look. The expected outcome is finally staring us in the face. That was a brutal exchange, but he keeps his composure to secure 4 straight. A quick reaction from Catalyst to put a stop to that run. He's definitely fighting against that overall head-to-head deficit. He takes down his opponent off the ramp and continues this impressive climb back into the lead. Exactly where the analysts expected him to be in the endgame. They both fought for that same piece of ground, but Catalyst was simply a fraction faster. Both players are fighting through some tricky form today. Total deadlock, Catalyst and Phantom are tied at 10. It is an unbelievable fight for the number 5 seed. What a turnaround. He's just too sharp and secures a commanding lead for the moment. He is definitely proving why he walked into this as the favorite. That was barely a contest. He's just 1 round away from victory. A completely different pace compared to that last exchange. A huge moment for Catalyst, stepping up to deny the match point with a clean shot. He's fighting for everything to keep this series alive. Incredible! He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He just barely edge-read the gap today, proving the top seed isn't just for show. What a match! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. Catalyst has historically been the much stronger opponent, leading their head-to-head total by over 200 wins. It's interesting to see Vortex coming into this as the slight favorite despite that history. We'll have to see if he can flip the script today. Catalyst is really punishing anyone who tries to hold the Tetris right now. Catalyst seems to be shaking off those recent losses pretty quickly. Catalyst is dominating with a commanding 3-1 lead. Vortex is fighting for a comeback at 2-3. The rank 2 player in the world is starting to find some footing. Catalyst is making it very difficult for Vortex to hold those high angles right now. Catalyst holds a slim edge at 4-3. He's looking quite sharp after those recent wins over Catalyst. And just like that, Vortex has completely leveled the field. It's definitely a different story than the last few times they met. Catalyst is not letting Vortex get comfortable for a second, quickly shutting down that position on the Tetris. Catalyst is really putting his map-specific advantage on display here with that 73% win rate. It's a stark contrast to his overall form today, where he's been struggling to close out sets. He'll want to keep this pressure high before Vortex remembers how to shut him down. We've got a 7-5 lead for Catalyst heading into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly how you'd expect with the higher seeded player in control. He's doing a great job of keeping this game tight. Let's see how the side swap feels. A lightning fast reaction there, proving he's not going down without a fight. The confidence is definitely shifting in this series. What a scramble! He barely scrapes by with a sliver of health to even things up at 7-0. This is exactly the momentum shift the analysts predicted. Absolutely untouched. He's just completely taken over the pace of this set. He just doesn't stop, picking his opponent off the box for a 4th consecutive win. Catalyst answers back, managing to push him off the ramp. It's a tough afternoon for the number 5 seed so far. A complete stalemate now. We're deadlocked at 9 apiece. It's a bit of a gamble for him today, given those recent losses. He's found a second win and is just rolling through these rounds now. His current struggle today makes this stretch feel even more critical. A flawless sequence as Catalyst clears the ramp and moves into a strong position. His recent struggle against Phantom was nowhere to be seen in that burst. That was a brutal exchange, but he survives the firefight to narrow the gap to 10-11. He's really fighting to prove why he entered this as the favorite. That's a huge result for Catalyst, who barely breaks a sweat while putting his opponent in the dirt. The momentum is swinging back toward the favorite in this finale. Unbelievable! He just shuts everything down to close out the match. Vortex pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't find the answer for those final few pushes. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got a great match today, featuring Phantom taking on Vortex. Phantom holds a massive head-to-head lead with a 61% win rate over Vortex. It's clear why he entered this as the heavy favorite, though we've seen him drop a close one earlier today. It'll be interesting to see if he can regain that dominance here. Phantom is cruising along with a commanding 2-1 lead. Vortex is really feeling the pressure after those tough losses today. A clean shutdown as he catches Vortex on the ramp to keep his momentum going. He's simply untouchable right now, extending his lead to 4-1. He just can't be stopped. That's 5 straight for the leader. Vortex is really struggling to find an answer for the league's top seed. Vortex puts an end to that run by taking control from the ramp. Phantom has been exceptionally strong today with a 23-13 record in the last day. The score is really mirroring that confidence as he controls the pace of this game. Vortex is certainly capable, but he's just not keeping up with that elite level of play right now. Phantom just needed a high vantage point to seal that round and put himself in a really comfortable spot. It's a familiar story after that last outing on Blame Mappas. Phantom is just too sharp from the ramp, putting an enormous gap between himself and Vortex. The top seed is making this look effortless right now. Phantom heads into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. I mean, this is going in the opposite direction of what most expected. He's really punishing Vortex's mistakes to put himself in a great position. Vortex needs a spark here. Phantom is just putting on a show, completely shutting down the map from the ramp. He's really making his status as the top-ranked player felt here. What an absolute war! He barely scrapes through that exchange to hold a huge advantage. He's back in control, and just one more round now to close the door on this match. Everything about this set is playing out exactly as predicted. A fast reaction from Vortex to deny the set point. That was a lightning fast reflex shot to swing things back. What a finish! He closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. A complete blowout from start to finish, barely giving his opponent a chance to breathe throughout the map. Welcome everyone, we're on orange today as Phantom takes on Catalyst in another high-stakes duel. Phantom currently holds a clear lead in their head-to-head history with over 800 total wins. He's definitely the one everyone expected to take control of this map given his rank. It'll be interesting to see if he can shake off this slow start. Catalyst is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's coming off a dominant run today, picking up 23 wins. Catalyst is really putting on the pressure early, keeping a very tight grip on this series. He's really making his mark against the top-rated player tonight. Catalyst is just relentless, now sitting at a massive 4-1. Rarely do we see the top seed struggle this much. He responds with a sharp shot, refusing to let the early deficit discourage him. He's just not letting up, bringing the score back to a one-round difference. This is exactly why he entered the server as the favorite. What a swing! The score is completely reset now, with things tied at 4-all. That's the kind of resilience you expect from a player of his caliber. The momentum has completely shifted as he puts together a 4th straight victory. Catalyst halts the run and brings the series right back to an even split. He's completely outclassing his opponent here, moving into the halftime break with a 1-round cushion. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, the underdog is proving he can hang with the top seed here. He's really fighting back after that huge 4-round push to keep things dead even. Clean slate for both players now. Catalyst keeps the edge with a narrow 7-6 lead. He's definitely defying the odds today. Catalyst has really shifted the dynamic, holding a narrow lead despite having a much lower success rate on this specific map. So yeah, he's basically playing above his usual standard right now. I wonder if he can actually close the door on the favorite. Another quick reaction for Phantom, who is showing some real grit by erasing that deficit. He's absolutely on fire right now, securing another effortless victory to build his lead. A chaotic exchange ends with Catalyst coming out on top, leveling the series. An impressive effort for someone ranked 5th on the ladder. Catalyst clings to a single round lead at 10-9. It's a total role reversal from their last meeting on Fast Aim. A gritty firefight ends with the underdog reclaiming the momentum for another 3-round run. The lower seed is firmly in the driver's seat here. He refuses to fade away, picking up a tidy round to keep his hopes alive. He's proving a bit more resilient than some expected going in. He closes in on the finish line, leaving Phantom with just one chance to save the set. A sharp response from Phantom, refusing to let his opponent close this out right now. Absolute chaos in that trade, but he digs deep to force this match into overtime. Pure nerves now as we enter the extra period. He keeps this momentum rolling with a 3rd straight win, putting a huge amount of pressure on the underdog. He's finally playing like the top seed we expected. He's just unstoppable right now, putting together another dominant frame to extend the lead. Catalyst answers back instantly, shutting down that momentum with a perfect shot. Both players are trading blows so quickly, it's almost impossible to tell who has the upper hand right now. The 5th ranked player is really digging in his heels now. Phantom stays strong in the firefight to climb ahead, and he's now just a single point away from victory. A massive amount of pressure on the 5th seed right now. Unbelievable. He claws back from the depths to seal the victory. He almost let this one slip, but those late game nerves didn't get to him. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We have Vortex and Catalyst facing off to see who comes out on top today. Vortex comes out strong here, managing to pick Catalyst right off the box for an early lead. A solid start for the top 3 seed. Catalyst is looking a bit shaky early on, especially after getting caught out there. He's just completely shut down his opponent to take a commanding early lead. He just refuses to let up, taking a huge chunk of damage, but still coming out on top. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through that trade to make it 5 straight. A complete role reversal from their previous encounter today. Catalyst finally answers back with a quick kill of his own. He actually holds a significant lead in their lifetime head-to-head. Catalyst is currently sitting on a massive lifetime lead with over 800 wins against his opponent. It's clear he's utilizing that historical confidence to push back. We'll see if he can keep this pressure high enough to fully flip the script. Vortex recovers around here, extending his advantage to 3. A critical moment for the 3rd ranked player to tighten his grip. He finds a nice angle from the box to shut things down. He's fighting to stay in this, keeping the gap manageable. Vortex is just running away with it at 7-4. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. He's definitely defying the odds right now. The underdog is playing far above his usual level and looks set to pull off a real shock here. Time for the players to swap sides. Vortex makes quick work of him, knocking Catalyst right off that box to keep the momentum. It's a different story compared to their recent meeting on Redline. Vortex is currently sitting on a strong 9-5 lead. Well, it's a complete reversal of their fortunes since their last clash on Redline. He's completely controlled the map today and is now just 3 rounds away from sealing the deal. He is simply too fast for the competition right now, securing yet another point. A strong look for a player who's had a rough few matches today. Catalyst manages to secure this one and keep the deficit from widening further. Vortex remains firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. A really quick exchange there to keep the pressure on. Absolutely untouchable. He closes out another one in a blink to keep this rally going. Absolute chaos there, but he manages to claw back the lead in a desperate struggle. He just really needed to put a stop to that run. He's showing a lot of heart, digging deeper to narrow this gap. He's trying to prove those pre-match predictions wrong. He secures another victory from the box, showing impressive resolve as he closes this gap. A long scramble that eventually went his way, putting him just 1 round away from the victory. He's definitely playing the part of the favorite right now. What a finish! Vortex secures the final round and claims the victory. The momentum really swung back and forth, but he just managed to hold his nerve in those final clashes. What a fight! Welcome everyone! We're on Italy for a clash between Phantom and Vortex, where the top-seeded favorite looks to keep his momentum. Phantom is already starting to assert himself, catching Vortex by surprise on the wine. The top seed is looking very sharp, right out of the gate. Phantom is currently dominating their all-time head-to-head with a 61% win rate. It's clear that confidence is playing a huge role here, since he's coming off a very one-sided win against Vortex in their last meeting. I wonder if Vortex can find a way to flip the script. Vortex answers back from the wine, proving he's still very much in this match. A nice spark of resilience from the underdog. Phantom is running away with this, leading 4-1. He's really showing why he sits at the top of our rating. Vortex is refusing to buckle, securing another round and cutting into that early lead. Phantom still holds a commanding 3-round advantage here. He's really putting that #1 rank into the test today. He's starting to close the gap, landing a crisp headshot to bring the score to 5-3. Unbelievable. He was nearly out of the fight, but he somehow clawed back for a wild victory. Absolutely nails that shot to shut the door on the comeback. Vortex was untouchable in that exchange, securing a smooth victory to bring the score to 6-4. Phantom's consistency has been a defining feature of his day, putting up a 23-12 record across his matches. It's clear that momentum is staying with him as he maintains his lead. The real challenge now is seeing if he can keep his composure before halftime. We head into the break with Phantom leading 8-4. This is a surprising turn, since Vortex was supposed to be the one in control today. Phantom is simply outplaying him, utilizing that 66% map win rate to secure a strong lead. Phantom's just widening the gap to 9-4 now. The top seed is just completely in control right now. Vortex fights back though. Phantom still holds a 9-5 lead. Vortex is starting to carve out some real space here, putting the pressure back on Phantom with those quick finishes. He's completely shifted the energy of this match, taking another one without taking any damage. He handles the business with ease, picking him up from the wine. Showing a lot of grit for someone ranked 3rd on the ladder. The speed of these last few rounds has been incredible. These guys are just reacting instantly. What a fight! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he barely scraped through to put himself 1 round away from victory. Vortex manages to hold the slide and secure a hard-fought round here. A quick snap of the wrist to keep things interesting. He just barely outlasted the exchange to keep his hopes alive. He's certainly refusing to let the favorite slide into an easy win. He's on a roll now, completely shutting down the favorite with 3 straight frames. What a finish! Phantom closes the door with a perfect round to take the victory. He really had to sweat for that one. Vortex pushed him to the brink, but the top seed just clutched up when it mattered. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we've got Phantom and Catalyst stepping onto fast aim to see who comes out on top today. Catalyst starts things off strong, using that ramp to secure the early advantage. He's coming off a tough run of results lately. Phantom is bringing a lot of confidence into this one after going 24-12 yesterday. And it shows in his movement. He's effectively dominating the head-to-head history as well, so he really knows how to handle the pacing of this specific opponent. Let's see if he can keep up this pressure. We're completely locked in at 2 apiece now. A high-pressure battle for the top spot on the ladder. Catalyst is playing some smart maps, using that toolbox to keep the pressure on and build a lead. He's really fighting back after that loss on orange. Things are heating up with both players tied at 3. The top player in the league is showing why he's feared. Phantom just edges ahead, taking a narrow 4-3 lead. The momentum just looks like it's shifting toward the league leader. These two are playing a perfect game of tennis, trading blows back and forth since the start. Phantom manages to push him off the box and takes control of the series. That high rating is starting to provide some breathing room. Catalyst is refusing to let him settle, managing to outduel Phantom right there from the toolbox. A real grit fest as the gap in their ranks disappears. Catalyst holds that window position perfectly to keep the momentum swinging his way. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, Catalyst was widely expected to run away with this one, but is struggling to maintain a lead. Phantom is proving that his superior map win rate is a real factor here. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst is really leaning into that ramp advantage to build some serious momentum right now. This shift is massive for the 5th best player on the ladder. What a fight! Phantom barely scrapes by with his life to level the score at 7-7. That was an absolute nail-biter of a trade. Phantom pulls ahead once more to take an 8-7 lead. The top seed is really finding his stride here. He's just untouchable right now, cleaning up from the ramp to build a 2-round lead. He's firmly in control of the server right now. Catalyst responds quickly to keep this game within reach. He's definitely punching up against the number 1 seed. Phantom has won 64% of his total matches in this league. That level of consistency is exactly why he's managing to keep his composure while pushing for a double-digit lead. It'll be tough for Catalyst to climb back from here. Catalyst really owned the toolbox this time, shutting down the push from the ramp to keep the pressure high. He's fighting back hard to force a dead heat. Unreal. Phantom almost goes down, but manages to drag himself away from the wine box with the win. The top 5 seed battle is getting intense. The speed of these exchanges is just incredible. Both players are reacting in a split second. Just as soon as it looked like the top seed had it figured out. Phantom takes the lead, securing a crucial win from the toolbox to hit match point. Absolutely ice in his veins as he pulls ahead. What a finish! Phantom shuts the door on this series to secure the victory. He really earned every bit of that victory, fighting through a few desperate moments where he almost went down, just a complete grinder of a series. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone! We have Vortex and Catalyst facing off on red line to see who comes out on top today. Catalyst is really making his presence felt early, catching Vortex right as he stepped off the ramp. Catalyst enters this match with a significant map win rate of 73%, but he's clearly struggling to translate that historical advantage into results today. It's interesting because he's already dropped 2 of his most recent matches, meaning he's fighting an uphill battle for momentum right now. Catalyst is putting on a clinic right now, picking Vortex off the ramp and building a solid cushion. He is really putting that overall head-to-head lead to work. Catalyst holds a thin lead, sitting at 3-2. Our third ranked player is starting to fire back. Catalyst is just cruising now, leading 4-2. The favorite is definitely starting to flex those historical muscles. Vortex is refusing to fall behind, keeping this a very tight contest as we head into the middle of the set. Vortex is currently sitting at number 3 on the ladder. It's a tough spot to be in when your individual rank is so high, but you're consistently losing the head-to-head battle. We'll see if he can finally break that cycle and close this gap. Catalyst earns another win, dragging the opponent right off that ramp to put up a commanding lead. A huge swing for the 6th ranked player. He just can't find a way to stop this momentum, keeping the pressure on as we approach the half. Catalyst takes a huge lead heading into the break, sitting at 9-3, and honestly, he's just staring through this half exactly as the analysts expected. He's firmly in control after that 5-round run. Vortex needs a spark here. Catalyst is practically untouchable now, pushing the lead to 10-3. This is far from the result predicted before the match. It is becoming nearly impossible for Vortex to even get a shot off with the speed Catalyst is playing right now. That was an effortless finish, and now he's just a single round away from victory. And that's it. Catalyst shuts the door on this series with a final victory. He needed to bounce back after a rough run lately, and man, he just absolutely dominated that set. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a great matchup today between Phantom and Vortex. What a scramble! Both players poured everything into that trade, but Vortex just barely clung on. Phantom enters this match as the top seed in our rating system, and it's easy to see why he's historically controlled this specific pairing. He's consistently stayed ahead of Vortex over thousands of meetings. Now the real question is whether that long-term dominance will hold today. Vortex is really surging ahead with a 3-1 lead. His current form is an absolute nightmare for the favorite. He's simply not missing a shot, securing another fast win to push a huge lead. Phantom puts up a fight and drags his opponent off the ramp to get back into this. The underdog is definitely making his presence felt early on. He's completely untouched in that exchange, continuing his charge back into this match. The top seed is finally finding some stability. Phantom has been cruising lately with a strong 24-11 record over the last day. Well, he's normally the one putting up the dominant numbers, but he's just not managing to secure the leads in this specific series. It'll be interesting to see if he can reverse the momentum before it gets out of hand. He just cleared those stairs, and we've got a deadlock match at 5 apiece. Both sides are completely locked in as we head toward the break. Vortex manages to hold that ramp, taking back the lead just before we hit the halfway point. Vortex is really making a strong case for himself today. We head into the break with Vortex leading 7-5. The favorite is in control just as we expected. He's taking a small lead into the second half, though Phantom is still within striking distance. Let's see if the roles flip now. Vortex is really pulling away now, leading 8-5. He's putting a lot of pressure on the world number 1. Phantom holds his ground on the Tetris to claw another one back. He needs this spark if he wants to avoid a quick defeat. He claims another clean shot from the ramp as the pressure starts to mount. He's proving why he's the superior player in the overall rankings. Absolute perfection. He's now surged back into a dead heat at 8 apiece. Vortex is looking completely shaken after that collapse. Unbelievable. He just keeps rolling, taking a firm command of the series. He is certainly starting to look like the heavy favorite again. Vortex responds quickly with a hard-fought trade to bring the score back to a level 9 apiece. Vortex is showing some incredible resilience in this set. The momentum has completely shifted as Phantom takes the lead 10-9. His current level of play matches exactly what we expected from him. He's just outclassing the competition right now, moving into a 2-round lead. That's a very familiar look for this pair. That was a brutal slugfest, but he emerges victorious and now stands on the verge of a complete triumph. It's the kind of gap in skill you see at the top of the ladder. He just refuses to go quietly, securing a perfect round to keep his hopes alive. Vortex is refusing to break, clawing back another round to stay in this contest. He's effectively erased that lead over the last 2 exchanges. Absolute chaos. The deadlock is real and we are headed straight into overtime. What a performance! He just secures his 4th straight victory from the ramp. The momentum swing here is just staggering. A huge reflexive play from the ramp to lock the score at 13 all. Neither player is giving an inch as we push into the extra frames. That was a total scramble, but he manages to scrap through with the narrowest of margins. Unreal. He just completely shuts the door on Vortex, putting himself one step away from the victory. That's a commanding way to seize control of the final stretch. Unbelievable. He storms back into this series to secure the win. He just barely maintained his grip on the lead in overtime to put this one away. Vortex pushed him to the absolute limit today. What a fight.